table of contents chap. Apuntus peronogram tic Valenciana popular Nebot Pérez, José notes for a popular Valencian grammar by José Nebot A. Pérez, res from the optional body of archivers, librarians, and antiquaries Valencia printed by Repos Maria de Molina, 1894 copyright of the author. Prologue, Preliminaries, Valencian alphabet, vocals, consonants, part 1 analogy, I, on articles I. On nouns, plurals, formation, on different types of nouns I. On adjectives, female, formation, on different types of adjectives if. On pronouns V. On verbs, auxiliary verbs, regular verbs, irregular verbs, impersonal verbs, reflective verbs vi. On participles vi. On adverbs, other Valencian adverbs va. On prepositions x. On conjunctions x. On interjections xi. Figures of speech, part 2 syntax, a regular syntax e. Figurative syntax ea. Speech defects part I, prosody part, if spelling use of particular letters, punctuation, conclusion appendices, norm for Valencianizing Castilian voices of Latin origin, until when. The orphan's prologue. If the letter carver does not find them to his liking, let him not follow my arrangement, for my endeavour is not to innovate anything, but to adhere to the common and to the judicious judgment of scholars. Carlos Ros, Orthography Practice, p. 51. In all times they have written, write, and will write well, imitating custom, and if I come to see in my time that this changes, I shall follow the course of others. Ibid. p. 60. About 8 years ago, the author of this book wrote an Article 1 in which, criticizing the anarchy prevailing in Valencian literature, he dared to propose a remedy for this evil. Her voice, as was to be expected given her humility and lack of authority, was a voice crying in the wilderness. Only the enthusiastic Lombard responded to her, but even he had to yield before the indifference of others, and the promised Valencian Philological Congress remained just a project. After his death, we cannot expect the fulfillment of his promise, and since it is urgent to oppose the overflow of popular Valencianism, this furious anarchist that would soon erase all class differences, making us all, and we are not far off right like soldiers or literate doorkeepers, it is absolutely necessary for someone to take up this task as soon as possible. After so much time has passed, and the only one who took it seriously is no longer alive, the Congress will not meet, and thus the first of the two solutions mentioned in that article must be discarded, because it cannot be the work of one person. Instead, and indeed it should be, the second solution can and must be pursued, and we would have attempted it earlier, despite our meagre resources, if Lombard, at the beginning of his ill-fated endeavour, had not announced the publication of his dictionary along with a grammar. That is why you will find here the purpose of this book, which, if it is not a true grammar, will seem very much like one. But will some say, is it true that all Valencian writers yield to innovation? There is also another very powerful reason for this. Having accepted the done facts by all Valencian writers, they all yield to the innovation of writing our language with Castilian spelling, and once in such a situation, there is no other remedy but to bow down to the Academy's grammar, the only legitimate authority, adapting Valencia as much as possible through comparative study, which is what we are going to do. And it is not a true grammar, because from the moment that all Valencians who know how to read have already studied in school the one of the Castilian language, the only thing that remains to be done is to attempt a kind of copy. Sketching a draft of Valencian grammar on the Castilian published by the Spanish Academy, thus avoiding repetitions and shying away from general grammar discussions, which not only serve no purpose, but are also tiresome. They would increase the volume of this book, which in order to be popular must meet the conditions of conciseness, clarity, and affordability. Let us transit now with the visor raised, and let us talk with the revolutionaries so as not to lose it all by wanting to keep too much. In the rest of the book, I will already consider the new form as legitimately accepted, and therefore use Castilian spelling. Yes, it is undoubted they all write, or have written, or are willing to write in Valencian with Castilian spelling when the need arises for the people, whether in festive newspapers, or in verses for processions, follas or street festivals, from the unforgettable Lombard, founder of Low Rat Pennet, and Piscuitta, the first president of said society, to the last contractor of blind romances, and we do not cite the living, because history should not be made about the living. They all proceed thus for the simple reason that it is in the consciousness of all that more than 9/10 of Valencians who can read in Castilian need to make the greatest efforts of attention and analysis to translate into spoken language what is written with a fairly accurate, but subject to adherence to the old spelling rules of our tongue. Since this book is the first attempt at regulating a reform as great as the one carried out here, it must be a kind of bridge that connects the old with the new, and will provide clear and precise information about the old and modern forms. Nevertheless, in order not to tire the readers, I will only dedicate the preliminaries to this type of union, carrying out a thorough analysis of the Valencian alphabet, both phonetically and graphically. The most extensive part of the sections in which this book must be divided will be the analogy, where we will study in detail the various parts of speech and their modifications and genuine and classically Valencian forms as they are indisputably contained in those irrefutable documents called public markets. And secondly, due to circumstances and events that we consider impossible to destroy, Valencian literature today finds itself in the indispensable need of adopting, like the ancient Egyptians, 2 scripts, hieratic and demotic. So the one we are trying to regulate today is the latter, and for this, the only document, the only authority, is the public market, by cleansing it of solecisms and barbarisms whenever they contradict general grammatical laws. And let those who say, with reason, that in no time and in no country has it ever been written or spoken in the language of the people or the familiar, bear in mind, first, that this will happen where the literary or cultured language is formed, not here where we must begin to create it, unless we continue speaking and writing as we have done for 4 centuries, as some claim, or adopt literary Catalan as others want, Beauforol and Blanche. It is not difficult to understand that due to the novelty of the subject, I have actually studied more in public than in private. In summary, I truly believe that to prevent further harm, it is time to create 2 different Valencian grammars, the hieratic and the demotic, i.e., the literary and the popular. The first should be written by Low Rat Pennet, or someone with authority, if one does not want to adopt Catalan literature, which would perhaps be the most prudent. The second is what we present to the public today, written perhaps not with great skill, but with the best of intentions. But this does not mean that I am trying to convey that I have not consulted any books for the composition of this work. On the contrary, I have perused dozens of grammars, which has no merit given my profession as a librarian too, studying not only the very few Valencian treatises, more or less incomplete, prior and posterior to Carlos Ros, but also those of other Latin languages. And although in defence of my conscience I must confess that the scant authority this book may have derives entirely from the grammar of the Spanish Academy, and some Catalan ones, particularly those by Mizer. For the rest, I do not rise up against ancient grammatical laws, which I respect as the first, nor do I have authority to impose the new ones on anyone. In a word, I neither abolish nor establish laws, but I help my Lord, that is to say, my people, my homeland, my language. A plea before I conclude, do not accuse me of being an innovator. Valencian has been written with Castilian spelling for many years. Therefore, I am not reforming it. All I aim to do is guide it, to prevent its overwhelming impact from destroying the once fertile field of Valencian literature. Although in this book we aim to regularize the second as much as possible, it is necessary to study the alphabet that forms its basis, relating the ancient or classical Valencian with the modern or Castilian, so that the latter is subject to fixed rules, and does not happen, as it does now, that the same word is written differently according to taste, prejudice, or the education of those who write it. Preliminaries Valencian alphabet. The first and not minor difficulty we encounter in beginning this study is the indispensable need to start by conducting a thorough analysis of the Valencian alphabet, an analysis that, for accuracy, must be a kind of amalgam of prosody and orthography, combining the natural dangers of causing disorder in the book and confusion among readers with the immense challenge posed by our language's numerous prosodices. Significant regions within this area have their own distinct ones, and regarding orthography, the absence of any official or true one, we instead have two completely different and even opposing practical systems, both lacking consistency within themselves, the ancient and modern. This presents considerable difficulties, as it would be necessary to invent new signs or letters to express faithfully the various sounds of our language in the different regions of the kingdom. But if we consider that this happens in all languages, there is no need for such invention, since the same sign will serve for each person to understand what is written, even if they pronounce it differently when reading it, as the writer does. Thus, for example, we will henceforth write chove and cherm, words that those from the capital will read as a Castilian might, while those from Castelln or Alicant will pronounce them by softening the chi to sound like an Italian with the G before E or I. But there is no need to be alarmed by this, for it occurs everywhere. A Castilian writes Hermana, and many Andalusians read Germana, Caridad, and Madrilenios read das Obrero, and the Galician read Obreru. Let us therefore set aside these fears, and study such differences to know where to stand and unify, for now the written language, since the spoken one, can only be unified by time and other circumstances entirely independent of human will. There are villages, like Newell's and Villavija, where the vowel, just as the others, is slightly modified when burdened by the prosodic accent. They pronounce house Newell's, chica, as in French, when the circumflex accent is present. Vocales, the Valencian language, has the same vowels as Castilian, a E, I, O, U, and two more, which are the open A and, which we will distinguish graphically from the closed ones by means of the grave accent. The A is pronounced throughout the kingdom like the Castilian one in principle and in the middle of speech. It also sounds the same in the capital and in most towns. However, in some regions, for example, Ceuta and Alcoy, it is pronounced like in Catalonia, that is, as a diphthong of A, so it does not become Sueca or Suk, but with an intermediate sound in other parts, like Sex Tiva, for instance. They tend to pronounce it more like O. They do not say Chaitiva or Chaitivo, but leave the vowel in a middle term. Regarding the pronunciation and writing of these two letters, we will adhere in Valencian to what is prescribed for Spanish by the Royal Academy. I. If we were to write a true grammar, we would have to address here the issue of the Latin, I, and the Greek, yea, for us. Neither the first should ever be a consonant, nor the second a vowel. However, usage and etymology force certain transgressions, as in the conjunction Y, which must be respected. E, too, there is nothing to note about the closed E, since it is pronounced as in Castilian regarding the open. We must only indicate that it always bears the prosodic accent 3, which is a tremendous advantage for written language, to such an extent that even verved verbs and derivatives convert it into a closed E in modifications, where its root loses the accent on the A. For example, from Zandra comes Sendria, Sendriu, from Tira, Torero and Torita, from Mel, Mels, from Pel, Pellet. It is phonetically and graphically identical to Castilian. It therefore follows the rules of the Spanish Academy, and the U endings of verbs change to E when a pronoun is affixed, such as dexu, dixefo, anew, and even. We must note here that Valencian demonstrates in an undeniable way that the U is not a vowel but a consonant, when joined to another accented vowel, as many grammarians believe, because it transforms into V. When the word changes, verbs ending in or, your, our have endings in vim, vir, vium, etc. Oh, everything said before about the E applies absolutely to this letter. The closed one is equal to the Spanish one, and the open one always carries the prosodic accent, becoming closed when it is lost, e.g. From pundra comes pondra, pondria, pongura, from emro, morit, from salsalana, indeed. Sometimes tuas mutually change their sound when the accent changes from one syllable to another, as occurs in emro and its augmentative mort. Consonants in classical or ancient writing are the same in Valencian as in Castilian, with the sole difference that ain't is written as nine and z is replaced by. Innovators have omitted j and z or zul in modern writing because they do not actually represent any sounds in our language. To facilitate this study as much as possible, and believing that it will make it clearer and more understandable, we have deemed it prudent to group the letters by sounds in this section, leaving the rules for writing the modern Valencian language correctly for the last part of the book, i.e., the orthography. As for pronunciation and the symbol that graphically represents each sound in written language, it is so difficult to pinpoint that it is absolutely necessary to study them one by one. Accurately fixing the phonetic differences at various times and in different regions, while also considering their graphic representation in ancient times and the rational representation to be adopted in modern times, as the innovation has already been accepted as a done deal. The letter B in Valencian has the same sound, and uses in Spanish, although in Valencia and most of its province it is confused with this letter, the V. They are different letters, and therefore we will treat of the latter in its corresponding place. We do not see any inconvenience in this, nor even for the syllables ek, ik, since the same happens in Latin hatas sic, and we accept the reform. CQ, chi the syllables ka, quai, quai, co, q are pronounced as in Spanish likewise they are pronounced, and written the same in both languages, in both ancient and modern times, the syllables ac. Ich, ok, at the beginning and middle of utterance, like act, sexio, Victoria, but not so at the end of words, for unto the reform initiated by Bonilla and Boldove and 8 was added to these syllables, writing sech. Rich, vouch, the modernists omit this a right accordingly sec, ric, faxi, c, sz. The Castilian sound of c before ei and the sound of z do not exist in Valencian. In the capital of the kingdom, the three letters c. Sa pronounced as the s in Castile, completely ignoring the soft in Castellan and Alicant. They sound that way at the beginning of words like si, sio, siu. In other cases they sound either strong or soft, but in such an abnormal and disordered manner that it is impossible to give even a rough idea of it unless one forms a complete vocabulary of all the sounds in which they are used. Nor do even the words we have taken from Castilian have a common origin with their equivalents there, and are written with z. They follow a fixed rule among us for rasa pla, casa, forca, etc. They are strong when pronounced softly, resa, almosa, basa, and others. The same happens with the c before e, I. And as asa, then concis, sound strong, quince, once simple, soft, pensa, sa, strong, rotsa, sisa, soft. The c is completely suppressed. From now on we will write rasa, plasa, almosa, risa, and in regions where there are two ses, the reader should pronounce them according to the word they are in, just as he or she would have read verubta and pilarubio in Spanish a few years ago with a simple r and double r respectively, despite both being written the same way ultimately. Ancient spelling and Catalan also do not resolve the issue, contrary to what some believe. This, and even more so the fact that it is not pronounced as two distincts in the capital and its surrounding area, makes it entirely impossible to use two different signs for the two sounds of this letter. Nevertheless, since we do not base ourselves on sound but on etymology, we believe we should preserve the fee when writing Valencia Vicent. Once, Vensa, opposed to cosa, rosa, peseta, as the Castilians write muja and ainingel and ciro, despite pronouncing g and g, z and c the same way, and avoiding exaggerations that could destroy what we aim to conserve, but it has been suppressed by reformers, and having left it out, we let it be. G, G, TGX in ancient writing, which was always used to indicate its Latin sound, but with our acceptance of the suppression of the final H, as mentioned earlier in relation to the letters C, Q. The Ch is now without use to represent their sounds, as it once did, regarding its Castilian sound, which is what our language will have in the future. It has been represented among us before the Reform, and is still represented in Catalonia through the signs G, J, TGX, according to their various nuances, etymology, position in pronunciation, and the vowels they were associated with. We admit with the Reformers the use of the sign chi for both sounds, as we are certain that no one would listen to us if we advised keeping the G and J for the soft sound, and adopting che for the hard sound, and therefore we will use it henceforth in the beginning, middle, and end of words. It sounds and is written as in Spanish. However, bear in mind that no Valencian word ends in didrusi, for example. What we say below when dealing with teat, this reform involving the endings chen g is undoubtedly the most daring one carried out by our innovators, transforming rarig red to urch, and favich fire to foxy was indeed a rush when many surnames, places, mountains, etc. still retain these endings, but it has already been done, and when low rat penat has not succeeded in making dramatic authors and festive journalists cease their efforts, it means that the evil is incurable. Let us therefore transcribe and write vach, maich, futch, alongside roig, reg, lig, teratig, pug, solegit ser. Admitted the modern spelling, with the letter chit will have the same treatment as with the s, that is to say, in some regions it will have two sounds, indeed. What happens with S in this kingdom also occurs with the ch. Valencia, its countryside, and almost all its province do not know or pronounce any other ch than the Castilian one, but at both ends of the kingdom, in the provinces of Alicante and Castile, except for a few towns, they use two, one strong like the Castilian, formerly written with X at the beginning of pronunciation and TJ in the middle, and another soft like the Italian G, written with G before A, O, U, and with G or J according to etymology before E, I. For example, xal, xors now chardal, chors, kotji, ditcha kosh, ditcha, with strong jesses, eingel, vaja, injorn chesses, yainchel, vacha and chorn, with soft, pure Italian. At the end of pronunciation it was written, veg, reg, roig, puig. It is pronounced and written as the Castilian, our old orthography used, in certain cases, the sign fau for this sound, as in Joseph, philosophia, but since the Castilians, who also used it, have abandoned it, let us likewise abandon it, employing instead the p when it is pronounced as in Chasup or its proper sign as in Philosophia. The syllables ga, go, gu sound as in Castilian, as for g, and the endings in ig, we have already spoken about them when dealing with chi. Do we preserve the j or say fearlessly queef y for cars? Our opinion is that the sound of the Castilian j should be prescribed, and therefore its symbol, because it does not exist in Valencian. This letter is completely mute. Between us as in Castile, however, it is advisable to preserve it in written language for reasons of etymology, as in hetchme from homo, hedra from hedera, and even in pronunciation as in exhibit, disinherit, et si, as the Castilians do. In view of this, when dealing with ich, the J in the Valencian alphabet should absolutely be suppressed, but although this is the rational thing to do, a doubt arises. How many people in this land who consider themselves moderately educated are afraid to produce the sound of K from J, as the populace does, in words borrowed from Spanish that carry this sound, such as Jeff Chief and Fajas to focus on something? So what do? L, lil in Old Valencian, the lel at the beginning of words sometimes took the sound of lel currently. Both letters follow the same rules as in Spanish. M, N they are pronounced and spelled the same as in Spanish. Ni, N in classical Valencian spelling, Ni represents the sound of V in Spanish. Reformers have replaced it with Deen in all cases. We accept the reform and therefore write A, and ridier instead of any and renar. P same as in Spanisher regarding the few we have already mentioned when talking about the suppressed. Q same as in Spanish syllables, qua, Q are always written with C. R, this letter follows the phonetic and orthographic rules of Spanish for both sounds, therefore. Adjust its use according to the prescriptions of the Spanish Academy. This letter is also pronounced and written as in Spanish, but our prosody differs from that of Castile, in that no word ends in T there, while here none ends in D. Even words ending in T when modified take the D. For example, Nebat, whose feminine form is Neboda, bondet, which forms bondas when adjectivized. We believe we explain its sound well by saying that the V is to the F as the B is to the P. In many regions of the kingdom, the final T is suppressed when preceded by another consonant, pronounced as pan instead of paten ent, mole instead of molt, but it reappears, if not in plurals, in derived forms and even in feminine gender diminutives and augmentatives such as molta, multisim, pontet, puntad. Therefore, it should be preserved in written language. The Valencians of the capital and some other towns do not distinguish this letter in spoken language, as they pronounce it exactly like the B. In most populations of Alicante and Castillon, the V retains its Latin pronunciation, being not a labial letter like the B, but labiodental, that is to say, it is pronounced by slightly resting the upper teeth on the lower lip. Despite the fact that in the capital of the kingdom BMBV are not distinguished in spoken language, it is indispensable to conserve the latter in writing, since the Castilians do the same, so that at least in writing we can defend ourselves from the witty joke of a French sage who said, Cobiti Hispani dum biber dicent viver. It will serve as a guide to distinguish between B and V, the Latin etymology, as long as it is not contradicted by consistent use of, for example, beer, baticar from biber, baptizer vor, vir, view from vida, viver vox. And what about the syllables x, x? Note that in Catalonia and Valencian provinces, where V is pronounced, the past imperfects of the first conjugation and the tenses of the verb have a sound with this letter, following the general law in Spanish. X, we preserve this letter to represent its distinctive sound of CS, as in examined, fluxy, exotic. As for the sound that it originally had at the beginning of a word or preceded by a consonant in the middle of which, according to what seems, was the sound of the French, or better yet, the Italian, before E. We believe it has completely lost it, transforming itself, depending on the case, into the Spanish. H, or into and preceded, or followed by the syllable li. Thus, from xel xula, it has become chul, chula, from exe tiva, sarup, sixona, tiva, or east tivup, sizona, from panxa, capux, pancha, capuch. And it should follow the rules for Castilian given by the Spanish Academy. Z, neither phonetically nor graphically should they appear in the Valencian alphabet. First part analogy generalites. The few who have so far devoted themselves to the study of the Valencian language have primarily focused on orthography, in good faith believing that this was the most precise way for them to achieve possible perfection in writing. But if one pays close attention to the matter, it will soon become clear that what matters most to regulate in popular Valencian writing is not just the use of letters in words or the modifications of these words, but rather the combinations of words, which is where the greatest deviations occur. In our humble opinion, we should resolutely transform X into Zelda, no matter what those who deserve our greatest respect may opine. We affirm that in these syllables, X takes exactly the sound of S. In Castilian, fexa rixa, coixo, bruxa. We pronounce them as a Castilian would read fesa, risoiso, brusa, accenting, of course, the vowel preceding the I and forming with both a single syllable. The only thing that happens here is that when I-ans merge into a single sound, it results in something that alarms a delicate ear, but in no way a new letter. However, we will continue to write those syllables with X, as many of the innovators do, for we do not want to be more Papist than the Pope, as they say. We therefore call the attention of Valencian writers to this part of grammar, convinced that it is here where more importance lies, and where it is least known, Whoever has exact knowledge of the etymology of words, and of the changes they suffer due to grammatical accidents, cannot write badly, but bear in mind that, as with etymology, so too in everything, it is just as bad to exceed as to fall short for. Convinced of this, we will dedicate to this part of grammar all the attention it deserves, for we believe that once the parts of the sentence are known, everything reduces to writing in accordance with the laws of general grammar, whose official representative for us can be the Spanish Academy. For this only common sense and a little attention is needed. For example, in Castilian one writes no lo oigo in Valencian, no who senk, but never nu senk, since no one writes no loigo or no loigar, mi he enterado, in Valencian mi enteret, never menteret, nor mi enteret, which would be equivalent to menteredo or mi enterado, which is how it sounds when spoken. Chapter 1 on the article, just as there are two articles in Castilian, so too in our language there are two, the definite and the indefinite. Definite article. A warning before diving into the topic. We have already said that we are not writing a complete grammar, because we consider it unnecessary. Therefore, we will skip definitions and general grammatical discussions. Whoever wishes to have a complete Valencian grammar should purchase the compendium of the Spanish Academy and bind it together with this book. It has in modern Valencian or popular language the forms L in singular and Ls in plural for the masculine gender, le in singular and les in plural for the feminine, and lo for the neuter that lacks a plural form. As in Valencian, just like in French and Italian, the apostrophe is used in the combination of some words, and the article loses its vowel in certain cases by joining the word that precedes or follows it, for example, home, igre, control term, parul pair 5, declination of the article singular nominative, lo, genitive, del di la, di lo, dative, all to the all to of all, accusative he to the she to her, vocative, him, ho him, dative, ho her div, from in, through, without him, her it, plural nominative, they, genitive, of them, of hers, accusative, them, to them, her, voca to her, them, oh, there, oh, her, dative, to them, for them. Historically, the Valencian article had the same forms as Catalan, that is, lo in singular and los in plural for the masculine, le in singular and las in plural for the feminine, and lo for the neuter. Currently, its form is, as indicated above, for the entire kingdom, except in some villages of Maestrazgo, to her, for her. The forms all del, pel, alls, dels are contractions of to him, to her, through them, of them, through them. Indefinite article. For this, attention should be paid to dictionaries of our language. It is the one that does not determine the name that it precedes, and has the form a in singular, and uns in plural for the masculine gender, and una in singular, and uns in plural for the feminine gender. Chapter I on the nouns, regarding the divisions of nouns and gender rules according to their meaning. Valencian grammar should conform to what is prescribed for Castilian by the Spanish Academy. As for the gender rules based on terminations, only some indications can be given here, since there is no fixed norm in reality. Nouns ending in a short vowel change that vowel to the syllable s, e.g., dina, dines, casa, cases, poeta, poets. Female nouns ending acute take the same syllable without dropping the a, e.g., tree, tron, trones, cas, casses. Forming the plural Valencian nouns ending in e, a, o, u, short vowels or consonants, except chat, and form the plural by adding ens to the singular, for instance, mesters. Li, li, lis, re, res, sombro, sombreros, so, susk, sex, purple, purples, arap, araps, vertut, vertuts, muller, mullers, sikana, sianenters, etc. Female nouns ending in a oil take only one s as fee, fez, her, hers, or the syllable s as fees, herdes. Masculine nouns ending in a sharp vocal take the letters ends to form the plural, e.g. chum, charmans, be, bens, camnens, mel, melens, common. Female nouns ending in a sharp the same, e.g. true to the same, listens, precosi, ins. We have nothing to say about all of them in this book, as what applies to Spanish in the Academy grammar is also applicable to Valencian. enlargers and diminutives. For male-female relationships, see what we indicate when dealing with the adjective. Of the various types of nouns, primitive and derived, simple and compound, collective, partitive, proportional, and verbal. To nouns ending in chej os and emphasizing the last syllable, add the syllable os, e.g. trubatek, batakos, jachachos, mich, mechos, cabasos, pes, pisos, permisos, ems, es, and alilsos, romjunians, romansos, ens, lionisos. Temps remains unchanged in the plural, as do nouns with shorts, like syntaxis, aextasis, crisis. Ichmi, ord, drugu, the ref, marchi, and perhaps some others, similar form, the plural edmens, ordens, durans, durafens, marchans, likely due to a reminiscence of their Latin plural forms. The most commonly used terminations of Valencian enlargers can be reduced to two, as asa, and etiuta from animal, aminals, animalt from bestia, bestiasa, bestita. Some others, such as chicoon, grandalona, etc., are undoubtedly taken from Spanish or other languages, but the truly Valencian ones are those two, and the most general ones. The diminutives are et ica, especially the first of liber, libret, of carta, carteta, gotico, of gut, of bocala. Also some others are used, such as amilco, ratol, etc., but they are not as general anymore. Abundant, etc. Our language has a class of nouns that do not exist in Castilian of all generic or common nouns that denote container. We can form another that indicates abundance of content. For example, we say that vi una siquide gar when the water channel siquia comes very full, that we have eaten una plata dards or drunk una got divi when the plate or glass plat gut was very full, una cabas di tarn netches, una sin de figs, etc. The Castilian language has a remnant of this in words like rayada, tazan, dineral, and very few others, but it does not present the generality that this type of names has among us. We form abundantly sometimes that indicate not fullness of a continent, but multitude of units of the same species. Thus we say, one has got a grain or a pustule, because of the many grains or variolous pustules he suffers from. Or, we have made a snail or a bun, because of the abundance of snails or buns consumed at the party. Some assume that this termination is a vulgarism, and that the true desinence of the abundant must be in ada. We will deal with this more closely when discussing the participle. As would have been noticed in previous examples, abundant nouns always end in the acute accent because they accent the one that it already has primitively, or because they change into the vowel in which that ends, or because they add it alone or with other letters when ending in a consonant, as in safa, safa, sombrero, sombrol, parole, plat, plata. Nouns derived to indicate the action of striking, which in Spanish often end in azo or eda, also have the same termination as in pedra, pedra, bast, baston, saber, sab, pu, puñon, and so on. Chapter I of adjective names, just as in Spanish we have in Valencian adjectives with two terminations, or one with two, like be, with one, like grand. Also, the ones ending in ble such as amable, endable, temble, noble remain unchanged. The ones in al6 ant are as are unchangeable, for instance its formal, legal, constant, amant, particular, regular, caps, for us to accept more, sant, car and ras, which become molla, santa car and rasa, and those in as when they are augmentative, like grands, grandassa, blans, blanassa. It is necessary to warn that many of those in Castile have the same ending for both genders, and they change them between ourselves when transitioning from masculine to feminine, or, for example, por pibu, vri, green, green, viada, brave, valent, valenta. And like the last one, all those that have the same ending educated classes avoid, however, modifying the female forms of intelligent, prudent, present, ausent, and some others. Rules for forming the feminine gender masculine words ending in e and brief change these vowels to a for the feminine. For example, tendra, stupid. Stupid exceptions include chove, virtue, and some others that retain the same ending in both genders. In general, Words ending in a consonant have an r added to form the feminine, e.g. sansa, sansera, canter, cantanta, chancher, ensi, sees, encelsa, celos, silosa, xi, mica, preces, precisa. In words ending in a vowel, they change it to for the feminine, e.g. true view, viva, blor, blava, esclav. Esclav except saw, which remains unchanged. Words ending in a sharp vowel make the feminine bilinguere, e.g. Christia, Christiana, plurl plena, fader, fadrina, quiix, quiixona, algalguna, although the people usually form de, bila, efria, sila, and felisa from da, bil, facil, and fels, it is more common to leave them unchanged. For those ending in t, the pronunciation of their Spanish counterparts should be borne in mind, as it is known that among us they are pronounced and written with a final t. Not only those that originally have this letter, but also those that have d, and these regain the deepon modification, thus embra dead becomes emembrata, art strong, ferrata, alt high alter, but sort deaf becomes sorda, mut mute, muda, bit vacuous. Buida, cabot big-headed, cabuda. This is the best rule that can be given, as it has hardly any exceptions. For those ending in at, it, at, see what we say about participles. These rules can be applied to nouns that form the feminine, e.g. mester, mestra, amo, ama, churm, chumana, padra, madrina, pasta, pastora, gos, gosa, gat, gatta, sac, sacca. Similarly, for those ending in c, some change the c to a g for the feminine, e.g. flacthin becomes flaccat, blanca, rick reach, ricka, but lark long, lager, amic friend, amiga, lek I gather, liga. Grufseed becomes gruga, poruk, poruka, and peruga. However, nouns ending in ant, all and are do not follow the rule of adjectives even when they are homonyms. For instance, we say regla general, claes militar, palmera chegant, but when referring to women, we say generala, militara, cheganta. Bibel, alg, ning end in n when placed before a noun, e.g. trube, egmia agen der ningen fadra. Mal and gran remain unchanged. For forming plurals, the adjective follows the same rules as the noun, thus timendra, raro, formal, antic become t and nendras, formals, antic, binaire and rara, bad and nis and rares, se and ples and plens, it's chove and viera ricci becomes chovens and viera rechens. From the various species of adjectives primitive and derived, simple and compound, numerical, verbal, positive, comparative and superlative. The rules of Castilian grammar apply to Valencian. It is useless to point out that Valencian endings are, however, different from Castilian ones, but the laws of modification are the same. Chapter IV on the pronoun, son tres he, you, heshethe, nosotrosos, vosotrosos, they respectively the first two he, you, we, you are common to masculine and feminine genders, both singular and plural. The third has a feminine ending in both numbers, he, she, they. The comparatives and superlatives that have a different intonation from their positive form are very similar among us to the Castilian ones, maca, milla, pelaxim, mecanim, etc. True, the ending of superlatives is isim, shisima, incrementals and diminutives. They are formed from adjectives as from nouns. They decline as follows: first person singular, masculine and feminine nominative, he, she, genitive, gen of me, dative, for me, accusative, me or him, ablative, d and per, without me, plural, masculine and feminine nominative, we thee, genitive, of us them, dative, you singular plural dative, to us them, for us them, accusative, us or them, ablative, d and per, without us them, second person singular, masculine and feminine nominative, you, genitive, you, dative, to you for you, accusative, you singular plural or you plur, formal vocative, of you polite plural singular masculine nominative, he genitive, of him dative, to you singular plural, for you singular plural accusative, you singular plural to you plur, formal vocative, you plural formal ablative, from in by without you singular plural nominative, you polite plural genitive, els genitive, to him for him accusive, of him ablative, from him in him by him without him plural masculine and nominative, they mas, genitive, of the mas, dative, to the mast, for the mass, accusative, the mask, ablative, from the, in the mask, by the mass, without them singular female nominative, she genitive, To her for her accusative. Her ablative. From her, in by her without her ablative. D, in, per, without ella, plural feminine nominative, of them. Dative, 8 to them or for them. Accusative, them. Ablative, d in per, without else. Observations we write yo and not jo, not only because it sounds that way when speaking, but because it was written that way until the 16th century. Jo was likely influenced by French in Catalonia. Personal pronouns my, to, and el should not be accented in Valencian, as they cannot be confused with possessives and articles, which is what necessitates their accenting in Spanish. When me t, and lower postposed to a verb, they attach to it as in Spanish and are written, depending on whether the verb ends in a vowel or consonant, like take me, piutem, love me, volm, you have to take or leave them. Haiku pendrido di ixar, los, look at it, duslo. It should be borne in mind that in Valencian almost no pronouns are attached to the verb, except in the infinitive and imperative forms. Thus we never say dick to tell you or porteret will take you, but rather ti dick or ti porter. Before or after other words that begin or end with a vowel, they will be apostrophized, e.g., si amestimes nom disgustis, tula scoltas per tadula, note chires, quit myron. Although it seems that the contracted form of nosotros should be nose, we have adopted mos because this is actually how it is pronounced throughout the Kingdom 9. Mos and vos lose their finals when followed by the particle in, which in turn loses its e and attaches to the pronoun, e.g., tri man anum, instead of mos in anum nas in allans in French, and even, instead of an evos in a les, vas in French, man has donat pc, preneven myes 10. Fes locuti main, I don't want to do it, or no hu volkfer. Look at it carefully, mira hubi. Let's leave it alone at diexemo istar. The forms ins and us, instead of vos, widely used in Catalonia, and formerly also in Valencia, have disappeared from our spoken language. Likewise, the genitive of the plural of the third person ler, of lers, equivalent to Elorum Latin, ler French, and loro Italian, has vanished. The neutral pronoun, only used in Valencian as passive, takes the form ho if preceded by a consonant and hu if joined to a vowel. For example, do what I tell you. I don't want to do it, or I don't want to do it. The Castilian form psi for the genitive, dative, and ablative of the third person has no use in Valencian, except in some phrases likely taken from Castilian, such as torna incisi, estar fav, redisi, generally replaced by el matix, as he kept it for himself, hogad pere el matix, he came with him, vinger in el matix. When est ix, esta, ixa precede the adjective atra, they usually form a single word, estata, estrata. Ixatra, however, some prefer to apostrophe them as estata, ixwatra. The accusative form is used only in conjunction with impersonal verbs and reflexive reciprocals, e.g. si dio, si parlava, lam bisis singana, eliaela sacatachin. In other cases, it does not have the same usage as in Spanish, e.g. si lili lila lichka, si lo conte, lihu vach, condilo diunalihu. Demonstrative pronouns. There are 3 est ix, aquel esta ixa, aquella, as, ex ald in the singular, estas, ixas, exts, exes, aquels in the plural. Another demonstrative pronoun in Valencian lacks an equivalent in Castilian. Despite its great importance and frequent use in everyday language, we are referring to the pronoun in, or ne. This pronoun, although many believe it neutral, is actually common to all 3 genders, and we use it to determine a noun, always generic and divisible, understood in the sentence, e.g., give me tobacco, I don't have any. No ni tink, that is, I don't have tobacco. Send me flour, there's none left for me. No min queda, meaning, there's no flour left for me. And bread, do you want some? You don't need it. Do you want something else? I already have plenty of everything. When n or ni is joined to certain reflexive verbs, it is not a pronoun. We will talk about that later. Possessive pronouns. They are as follows: mu, miwa, noster, and nostra, first person, tiua, vostra, second person, siu, siua, third person singular and plural. Formerly the third person plural was ler and lers, but today it is completely obsolete, as mentioned before P45. Just as in Spanish, possessive adjectives change when preceding a noun to my, to, su. For both genders, in Valencian they adopt a different ending according to their gender. Singular or plural we therefore say mun, tun, sun, ma, te, sa. For the singular, mos, tos, sos, or mons, tons, sons, and mes, tes, says for the plural. Relative pronouns, in Valencian these are quin, quina, and cul. Quai and cul, when used interrogatively, must be accented. For example, ques, quevols. Cul is always preceded by the article l. Lo in other cases. The Spanish cul translates to quin, quina, ex. True, one of these handkerchiefs, I don't know which one, is for mera undestos mocados, no sie quamida, pair of the two sisters. Which one do you prefer? One must warn, however, that day by day the use of these pronouns becomes more rare, especially the plural ones, which are hardly used any more in most of the kingdom. Almost nobody says, mis libros o to zapatos, but hels meus libros les teus zapatis. As for the singular ones, they are still used quite a bit, but almost exclusively when talking about relatives. One says, my padre, my hi tu madre tu hermana, but not my mastro tu modista. Their use is even rarer when referring to things, with very few exceptions, because although one says mi casa, hardly anyone says mi sombrero my camisa, tu horto o tu mesa, but hel meu sombrero la meua camisa, et sesam. Di les dos Germans, quae navio las mis. Some people tend to use the pronoun que when speaking in Valencian. However, we believe this is nothing more than a Castilianism. Indefinite pronouns. Alge, ning, quansival. Alg and ning are equivalent to the Castilian algun and nadi. They should therefore not be confused with alguna, ning and ninguna, which are adjectives. The pronoun quansival equivalent to quoquera is invariable. An odal una, uns. Uns is also sometimes used as an indefinite pronoun. Chapter V on verbs being the verb, the most variable part of a sentence. It is the one in popular language that lends itself to great abuses. Here, in this region, where there has never been legislation. It often takes on such different forms that to indicate them all would require as many grammars as there are towns speaking Valencian. As in all grammars, the study of verbs begins with numerous definitions and explanations of general grammar regarding what a verb is, substantive or adjectival, active, neutral, reflexive, regular, irregular, etc. Therefore, we have strived to select what we found most acceptable, always preferring in the doubtful the regular over the irregular, and in equal circumstances, what is from Valencia over what is from elsewhere, and the forms of the enlightened classes, as long as they are not Castilianisms, over those of the uneducated people. We have something to say, however, regarding the conjugation of Valencian verbs. We have not been able to find in our spoken language any forms of the Spanish subjunctive mood, and so we have omitted them from our conjugations. Modes, times, persons, and other mechanisms of conjugation, we believe it is very appropriate to remind our readers of the warning we made on page 32, so that this article is not considered incomplete. Since anyone who reads this book will generally be familiar with Castilian grammar, the omission we make is more beneficial than harmful, and in addition, perfectly logical, as this book is more than a Valencian grammar, a comparative study of our language with Castilian. Yet, if anyone persuades us that they are used, we have no object to admitting them. These forms are the third-person singular of the imperfect past subjunctive and the imperfect future, respectively, i.e., amace, amer, timis, timir, parties. Partia, the first, was used in ancient times and is still used today in Catalonia, but not in the Valencian region. We believe the second has never been used, perhaps replaced by the first form of the imperfect past. There would be much to say and correct regarding conditional tenses in nearly all grammars, starting with that of the Spanish Academy. Valencian conjugations should be reduced to 3, as in Castilian, first in or, the second in re or and the third in er. Before each we will indicate their main modifications. Auxiliary verbs, just as in Castilian, Our language's proper auxiliary verbs are have and sir, although other verbs, which we will discuss later, perform these functions in some cases, especially the verb are in the perfect tense. We, haviem, you, havies. Of the verb have 11, this auxiliary verb also has active and impersonal characteristics. Indicative mode present I, he or yo he, you has. He, she, how impersonal higher. We, ham have 'em, you all. Ho, have you, they han impersonal highen. Imperfect past I, you all. Have you, hey she, habia, they have in. Past perfect prederito perfecto yo, had hablado had spoken, tie habrias, hablado would have spoken, lilela, habia, ledo had spoken, nosotros, habriamos, hablando would have been speaking. Vosotros, habries, will speak. Subjunctive mood modo subjunctivo present yo, habel let me speak. Nosotros, hablamos let us speak. TD, habels let use votros, habli is let them speak. Nilela, habel let him speak. Elos, hablado would have spoken. Elos, habi and habrado had spoken. Future simple, futuro simple yo, hablai will speak. Nosotros, hablalamos will speak. Tie, hable will speak. Vosotros, habres, gailela, habla will speak. Elos, habla. Hablan let them speak. Imperfect past preterito reimperfecto yo. Hablara, why habria hablado would have spoken. Tie, habra as hablado would have spoken. Nila, habria hablado would have spoken. Nosotros, habriamos hablado would have been speaking. We will be, and you will be, they would be. Gerund, have not, participle. Had has been perfect indicative present I am. Am, we are. You singular are. You plural are. Is, they are. Are. Imperfect past I was. Was, we were. Were, you singular were. Were, you plural were. Were, he, she was. Was, they were. Were. Future simple I will be. We will be. Will be. You singular will be. You plural will be. Will be. He, she will be. Will be. They will be. Will be. Imperative let us be. Be you. Be. Follow him. Follow them. Present subjunctive and. Follow. We. Follow present. You. Followed. He. Follow. They follow plural. Was a followed we. Be. And it resolved, let them say, it should be like that. The endings given to this auxiliary verb vary according to the regions, but in this book we only use one, because it seems the most usual and the most consistent with the precepts of Catalan grammars. Nevertheless, let us here provide an example to show them all. Perfect preterite of the verb, sir, I, vach, sir, you. Vasa, ver, so, ve, sir, he, she. Vasa, we, nos atros, vach, sir, we will be, we are being, or we have been. You pill. We will be, you pilled, will be, or they will be. They. But our language has another auxiliary verb much more characteristic than these, and which we must deal with more carefully, because it does not exist in Castilian. This is the verb anar, whose present indicative special as an auxiliary and different from that which it has as a verb in active voice forms the perfect indicative preterites. So common is its use that there are very extensive regions where the simple tense is never employed. For example, in the planner, no native son would say pal o cant rem, but vach pala o verem cantar. They will be upel. Were or they were. From regular verbs, first conjugation verbs, belonging to the first conjugation, form their infinitive in are, gerundio in ant, participle in at. Second person singular imperative in a soft, and singular present subjunctive in e as e. Hablo, nosotros, hablamos, te, vosotros is, elos, a hablan, imperfect past yo, nosotros a habos, te, bemos, vosotros, habl beis, elos hablaban, past tense. I spoke, have spoken, or had spoken you. Speak, will speak, or have spoken him. Speaks, has spoken, or will speak. We spoke, have spoken, or had spoken you. Plur. Spoke, will speak, or have spoken they. Speak, have spoken, or will speak past perfect tense. I had spoken. We had spoken. You had spoken. They had spoken future imperfect tense. I shall speak. We shall speak. You shall speak. They shall speak future perfect tense. I shall have spoken. We shall have spoken. You. They shall have spoken. Imperative, let's speak. Speak, you, spoke to you. Speaks he, they speak he. Subjunctive, present and, speaks. We speak, you speak. We advertise here once, and for all the conjugations, which we will disregard in this case certain modifications made in various towns, and we will only include the endings that we consider most proper and general. So in this conjugation we will end with e in the first person singular of the present indicative, although some regions, such as Mestresgo, end with a yo hablo, and with a in the third person singular of the same tense, and in the first and third persons plural of the imperfect past, which ends in e in Castellan, and some villages in its area el habl, yo hablaba, el hababa. Example of the first conjugation habla present indicative yo. They spoke. They are speaking, past imperfect and. Would speak and would have spoken. You would speak and would have spoken. Heshi would speak. We would speak and would have spoken. Upil would have spoken and would have spoken. Speaking parlant, participle. Spoken parlant, second conjugation. Verbs in the second conjugation form the infinitive with re or er, gerund with ent, participle with ut, and the second, person singular imperative without any ending, using only the radical letters. The present subjunctive singular also ends in ga, ges, ga. They would speak and would have spoken. Past perfect and. Had spoken. We had spoken. You had spoken. They had spoken. They had been speaking. Pluscuamperfect infinitive, present. To speak parla, past. Have spoken haber parlat, future. Will must speak, tenor de parla tindra quo parla, gerund. In the graver. In the acuter. The imperfect future of the first three groups is the infinitive, emphasizing the ending in the fourth, and e is added to the infinitive. For a better understanding of this conjugation, it is important to note that, as a general rule with many exceptions to be studied later, the counting of radical letters must be done differently depending on the infinitive's ending. A verb's ending in dre use re trin ven, dre bat, re verbs ending in tr, br also use rep or paul. As the reader will have noticed, not even the very verbs we have just put forward as models conform strictly to the general rule, especially regarding the participle, for in this conjugation there are more irregular than regular verbs. In old times, among us as well as in Catalonia today, all these verbs ended in er, so one would say veinundra, be tre, treara, etc. But now it is undeniable that the final r has been suppressed throughout the kingdom, and they end in re. Example of the second conjugation, vendra to comato sell, indicative present I. Present perfect an. Came back, went to sell or have sold. You sing. Venom, were you plur come. Heishi. Comes, they came. Past imperfect an was coming. We came. You sing come. You plur come. Heishi was coming, they came. Will come back, go to sell or will have sold. Heishi came back, goes to sell or has sold. We will come back, go to sell or will have sold. You plur. Come back, go to sell or have sold. They came back, went to sell or have sold. Future imperfect an. Had come. We had come. You sing had come. You plur had come. Heishi had come. They had come. Pluperfect am. We will come. You sing will come. You plur will come. Heish. Will come. They will come. Future simple they will come. Future perfect and. They have come. We have come. You all have come. He sheet has come. They have come. Imperative come or go we. Come you. Come or go you all. Come himmerit. Subjunctive present. Let himmerit come. We will come or go. You will come. You all will come or go. Himherit will come. Them will come. Past imperfect. Heshate came and would come. You came and would come. He sheet came and would come. We came and would come. You all came would come. They came and would come. Past perfect. I had come. We had come. You all had come. His sheet had come. They had come. Pluscuamperfect before the past. Heshit had already come. We had already come. You had already come. You all had already come. They had already come. He would have come. She would have come. We would, you plur. You plur. They would have come. Infinitive present. To come. Past, future. Will have to come or must come. Gerund, are coming. Participle. Come. Third conjugation verbs in the third conjugation form the infinitive with ear. Gerundio with int. Participle with it. and the second, person singular imperative with we's. Example of third conjugation, Peter, to suffer present indicative I. Suffer. We suffer. You suffer. They suffer. Past imperfect I. We.
You suffered. Paties.
You singular suffered. He, she, pater, they patien. Past perfect. Yes, perfect. Had suffered. Have suffered. Or have already suffered. I. Pati, vach pate ungium. He patit. You singular patias ves pater. You has patit. He, she. Pati, va pedero ha patit. We parem. Verem pediul ham patit. You alteriu vero pater. You ho patit. They pateren. Van pater han patit. Past plus perfect. Yai, had already suffered. We havium patit, you singular, havies patit, you all, have you patit. His sheet, they have him patit, future imperfect, yai, will suffer. We, you singular, pater us, you all, pateriu, suffer them. We would suffer and we would endure. Suffer in the present subjunctive and.
Suffer we you. Suffer they.
Suffer they, past imperfect and. I would suffer and I would endure. You would suffer and you would endure. Hesh would suffer and Hesh would endure. Heshate. Pater. Pateron, future perfect. Ye will have suffered. We harum patit. You singular. Harus patit. You all. Haru patit. Heshate. Har patit. They haron patit. You will suffer. Imperative suffer we. Suffer you. Suffer they. They would suffer and have suffered. Infinitive present. Sufferst. Have suffered. Future. Have to suffer, or be compelled to suffer. Gerund, suffering. Participle. Suffered. You pill would suffer and you would endure. They would suffer and they would endure. Past perfect and. I had suffered. We had suffered. You had suffered. They had suffered. They had suffered. Pluscuamperfect and. I would have suffered and I would have endured. You would have suffered and you would have endured. Heshi would have suffered and Heshi would have endured. We would have suffered, and we would have endured. You pill would have suffered, and you would have endured. They would have suffered, and they would have endured. Of irregular verbs, it is generally believed that Valencian has many irregularities in the conjugation of verbs. But this is not the case, after studying the matter with the utmost care. We have been able to verify that there are hardly any irregularities among verbs of the first conjugation, and that in the second and third. Although many, they do not exceed those in Spanish in any way. First of all, the numerous verbs ending in E or O in their penultimate syllable, which are irregular in Spanish merely by this fact, are not irregular in our language, for we say joesota, joentink, tucontix, and so on. Regarding those included in other classes, which after these two still follow the academy grammar, there are also those in Valencian that follow the rules of their respective conjugations. But to facilitate the study of the others in our language, since their irregularities are very different from those presented by their Spanish equivalents, we will group them by conjugations. Before this, we must warn, as the Academy does, that the identity of radical letters and terminations established to distinguish regular from irregular verbs is not destroyed by the slight mutations sometimes required by spelling. Thus, toka, tanka, pega are still regular because they change the C to ku or admit a U after the G in some tenses, or persons like yo toko, nosotros seremos, elos pagan, nor do those in or and others, because they take an H before the syllable U, as train, ascriben, Dyson. Irregular verbs of the first conjugation as mentioned before. There are so few irregular verbs in this conjugation that perhaps there are only three. These are anar go, estar be, and matter kill, the latter only in the participle form. As while the regular form is used, it is more common to say lohanem ret heshet, has died, than lohan matat heshet, has killed. The other two have the following irregularities. 10:30, ana, present indicative, I go. You go, Heshi goes, they go. Future imperfect, I will go. You will go, Heshi will go. We all will go, they will go. Imperative, go you, Heshi, go they. Present subjunctive, I go, you go. Heshi goes, they go. Past imperfect, I would go, you would go. Heshi would go, we would go, you all would go, they would go. This verb, which represents in Valencian the two Castilian verbs to go and to walk, has no other irregularities as a principal verb than those indicated, but when used as an auxiliary it has additional irregularities in the first and second persons, plural of the present indicative, as already mentioned on page 55. Be 14 present indicative I am, you are, he is, they are. Perfect past I was, you were, he was, we were, you all were, they were. Imperative be or be you, he be. We be, you all be, they be. Present subjunctive let me be, let you be, let him a be. Let us be, let you all be, let them. Imperfect past I would be, you would be, he would be, we would be, you all would be, they would be. Verbs in dre they are regular in all their forms, except for the participle, which is irregular in most cases. The verbs ending in dre, except vendra and sandra, form the participle in ease, as in entes, suspus. Las in lildra lo hasten in geld, como milt abs deelt, res eltra except eis die eldra could haste ogat. Vonderweises compustos hasten fuss, pindra y los sios, pisted valdra while impersonal caldra, valgat y colgat. Irregular verbs of the second conjugation. So great is the confusion that prevails in our language regarding the second conjugation, that it would be almost necessary to list one for all the conjugations of verbs belonging to it, if there were a need to fix precisely all their forms, but as this same uncertainty, a daughter of the variety of modifications suffered in various regions, gives us the right to choose freely those we consider most proper and regular. We will condense their study as much as possible by grouping the verbs according to their endings, leaving it understood that all those not specifically mentioned are considered regular. Piedra, siamandra, pendrawailos compuestos de esti ofris in la particularidad, disconocida in otras lenguas dic cutin in irregular el infinitivo, pius resulta and cassi regules sus conjugations sae scribi remos piebrida. Sev rendroi prendra. Advi retes cu para piela diben computos, como letras radicals hastala d inclusive in el presenti el pretu rimperfectu d indicativo, y in el infinitivo. Futuro simple pedria, pes, peder, pedrum, pedriu, pedron. Vimos, al effecto, la condition de estos tres verbos, pier de presente de indicativo pieret, pioants, pi perdum, perdiu, peredum, preto imperfecto perdia, perdies, perdedem, perdiu, perdi, perdien. Pridi, ritu perfecto, pergo, perguras, pergae, pergo rem, pergiru, pergurin. Imperative go you, seek him, lose or gain, lose or won, they lose. Present subjunctive seek, seeks, we seek, you seek, they seek. Imperfect I would seek, thou would seek, heshit would seek, you would seek, they would seek. Infinitive seek, gerund losing, participle, lost. Going present indicative go, ghost, goth, we go their ghost, they go. Imperfect I went, thou wentest, heshit went, we went, you went, they went. Perfect I have gone, thou hast gone, heshit has gone, we have gone, you have gone, they have gone. Future simple I will go, thou shalt go, heshit will go, we will go, you will, they will go. Imperative go thou, seek him, let us go, you, they go. Present subjunctive seekest seeks, we seek, seekest thou, they seek. Sent, present indicative takes, take, we take, you take, they take. Imperfect I would seek, heshit would seek, we would seek, you would seek, they would seek. Future I will go, shall go, heshit will go, we will go, shalt go, they will go. Infinitive, to send. Gerund, sending, present participle. Imperfect past took, took as took, we took, you took, they took. Perfect past have taken, took as took. We have taken, you have take, they have taken. Future simple will take east, will take, we will take, you will take, they will take. Future perfect will have taken, will have taking, will be taking, we will have taken, they will have taken. Infinitive, to take, gerund, taking. Present participle, taking. Imperative take you, take hema, we take, you take, they take. Present subjunctive let take, takest, let take, we let take, you let take, they let take. Past subjunctive had taken, tookest, had taken, we had taken, you had taken, they had taken. Having read these conjugations, it becomes apparent the accuracy of what we have said regarding the irregularity of its infinitive, note, in fact, that only the simple future and the second form of the imperfect subjunctive tense retain the root of the infinitive, that is, the two forms which would most easily be transformed when modifying that, whether into one or another sense. Tinger, Vinger, and their compounds change the radical I to E have additionally irregular descriptors in the following tenses indicative present tink: tens to tenem, tenu, tinen. Vin, vink, vins, vi, etc. Imperfect past, ten years, tenner, teniem, teniu, tenien, venner, veniers, venner, etc. Imperative tin or to 15 tinga el, tenim or tingum, tenu or tingo, tingun. Vintu, vinga el, venim or vingum, etc. Infinitive. Tinger, vinent. Gerund, venent. Participle. Tingat or tent, vingat or vengat. Verbos in trebra, and pre they form the first person, present indicative as the third, that is, only with the radical letters, and do not take the G of the regular past perfect indicative, or imperative and subjunctive. Example, present indicative promet. Promets, prometum. Promehu, prometon. Past perfect prometi, prometers, prometi, prometirem, prometeriu, prometon. Imperative prometu, prometel, prometum, prometu, prometon. Present subjunctive prometa, promets, prometa, prometum, prometu, prometon. Past imperfect prometera and prometra, prometers and prometres, prometera and prometria, prometerum and prometriam, prometeriu and prometriu, prometern and prometraen. The antiform also creates the participle in is, for example, accomes, promsums. Bra, which is no longer used except in the sense of receiving punishment, is defective as it is employed mainly in future and infinitive forms. Break is almost entirely replaced by crack. Rage has the following irregularities in addition to those of this group: present indicative el cap, imperative cap to, capia el, capium, capiu, capian, present subjunctive capia, capis, capiaeu, capian, imperfect past capiera, capiers, capiera, capierem, capieru, capierin. In some villages it is approximated more to the regular form, as it is said capiga, sibav piga, capigera, etc. Verbs in or these verbs preserve the radical u in the second and third person singular and third plural of the present indicative, in the second person singular of the imperative, and in the second form of the imperfect past subjunctive. Example, present indicative crec, crius criu, cream, creu, criuen. Imperative criu tu, cregel. Imperfect subjunctive past tense, I would believe, think. You would believe and think, Heshit would believe and think. We would believe and think, you plur. Would believe and they would believe and think. In your, yo, yar, whose Spanish counterparts end in ver or ver. The radical u changes to v in the first and second person plural present indicative throughout the imperfect past tense, and in the gerund. Example, present indicative I eat, Heshate eats, we eat. You plur, eat, they eat. Imperfect past, I was eating, Heshit was eating. We were eating, you plur, were eating, they were eating. Gerund, I am eating. Write, and its compounds change the e in the desinence to I in the present, and gerund, we write. You wrote, Heshit is writing, we are writing, you plur. Are writing, they are writing. Live and its forms have the following irregularities: present indicative lives, you live, Heshit lives, we live, you plur, live, they live. Imperfect past, I lived, you lived, Heshit lived, you plur. Lived, they lived. Perfect past, I have lived, you have lived, Heshit has lived, we have lived, you plur. Have lived, they have lived. Imperative cu, live hima, we live or dwell, lived or dwelt, living. Present subjunctive live, live thou, live or dwell, let us live, live ye or dwell, let ye live. Past imperfect lived and dwelled, lin dwelt, lived and dwelled, let us have lived and dwelt, let ye have lived. Gerund living, participle dwelt. Declined, its compounds decayed, and recovered ad and I to their root in some forms. These are present indicative I decay. Past perfect I decayed, though decayest, Heshit decays. We have decayed, ye have decayed, they decayed. Imperative, let him a decay, let us decay, let you decay. Present subjunctive, let it decay, let us decay, let them decay. Past imperfect, decayed and dwelled, decayed and dwelled, decayed and dwelled, we had decayed, ye had decayed, they had decayed. Participle decayed. Laughing, laughed. Cooking has two. When it means to cook, it makes cooked. When it means to hurt or h, it makes felt. For example, I have already cooked the pot, but I have burned myself, and it has really hurt me. Regarding the participles of verbs end in ear, it should be noted to those without adagy to the root, such as regut, begut, crigut, degut, moggut, plogut. Living and its compounds make it sticky. Falling in theirs they fall. Taking in theirs they go, writing, written. The ancient C that today is pronounced vor in all the kingdom is very irregular and conjugates as follows in its simple forms: present indicative vec, vius, vium, viu, viun, imperfect past, vis, vi, vium, viu, vin. Verbs in grave those in abia and ir, such as atomar, plinar, espir, can be considered defective. They are hardly used except in some of their forms, all regular except the participle, which usually takes the ending gut and the future dry. Perfect past viu o vecer, veres o veceres, viu o vecer, va rem o veriu, veren o veceran. Imperfect future, vora vos, vor voriu voran. Imperativa, veches to, vecel vecum o vecam, vecu veco, vecen. Present subjunctive veca, veces, veca vecum vocum, veciu o veco, vecen. Past imperfect ver or vecgera and vora, ves or vecgeres and voris, ver or vecgera and vora, vimos or vecger and voriem, viu or vecgeriu and voiu, vor vecgeran and voren. Infinitive. Vor, gerund, viant. Participle. Vist. Those in nixer and ixer are very irregular, most of them conjugate as follows: present indicative naix, naixes, naix naixum, naixu, naixen. Past imperfect naixer, naixisi, naixiu, naixiu, naixien. Perfect past naixker, naixquiers, naixquer, naixquer rem, naixquiriu, naixquiren. Imperfect future naixer, naixus, naixer, naixrum, naixriu, naixer. Participle, naixgut. Imperative naix2, naixgael, naixquim, naixquiu, naixquin. Present subjunctive naix, naixga, naixcum, new, naixquin. Imperfect preterite naixquer I naixera, naixquis y naixers, naixquer ixera, naixquer rem y naixerim, naixquiriu y naixeriu, naixer naixerin in infinitive. Enexa, gerund naix, amiexa, comiexa, and piexa, with their compounds, diverge considerably from the conjugation of other verbs in the group. Example: present indicative conixdau, conic, conixes, coniexum, conixiu, conixen. Imperfect preterite conixa, conixes, conixa, conixium, conixiu, conixian. Perfect preterite conegu, conigers, conigai, conigai rem, conigeru, conigiren. Simple future conixa, conixas, conixum, conixerum, cu, conixan. Imperative coni, conigugs, conigum, conigum, coniguiu, coniun. Present subjunctive coniga, conigus, conium, conigilu, conigin. Past imperfect I would have known and recognized, you would have known and recognized. Heshit would have known and recognized, we would have known and recognized, you all would have known and recognized, they would have known and recognized. Infinitive. To recognize, gerund, recognizing, participle, noun. Present and its compounds of irregularities in the following tenses. Present indicative I come, you come, heshit comes, we come, you all come, they come. Past perfect I came, heshit came, we came, you all came, they came. Imperative come you come humour, let us come you all, come them. Present subjunctive let it come you, let him a come, let us come you all, let them come. Past imperfect I would have come, you would have come, heshit would have come, we would have come, you all would have come, they would have come. Future I will come, you will come, heshit will come, we will come, you all will come, they will come. To conjugate, conjutor, as some do, others use born. The participle is tor. Run and its compounds have the following irregular tenses. Present indicative I run, you run, heshit runs, we run, you all run, they run. Imperfect past heshi would correct, you pel would correct, I corrected, we corrected, you pel corrected, they corrected. Gerund correcting, not corrent. The form corriguent is not proper. Participle corrected. The verb atenomido, to be afraid, is now considered archaic. In its direct sense, it is replaced by tenor por, or tenor timor, everywhere. Past perfect I corrected, you corrected, heshit corrected, we corrected, you pel corrected, they corrected. Imperative you correct, heshi corrects, we run or correct yourselves, you plel correct, they correct. Present subjunctive let him correct, let us correct, let them correct. In the sense of suspect or fearsome harm, along with similar equivalents, we have often heard the popular classes in some regions employ a verb known in written language, tamar, e.g. true, yam tamavaya, loc pasa, yayo tam ihuvach timar. Verbs ending in dar, all of them, are highly irregular. Power present indicative can, could, could. Past imperfect could. Past perfect will be able to, would be able to, was or able to. Future simple will be able to, will be able to. Imperative 16s can or could you, can heshi. Can we could they present subjunctive could. Could we, could you, could they. Past imperfect could have been able to, would have been able to, were able to. Gerund are able to. Participle, having been able to. Desire is conjugated almost identically to the previous one, where that changes the root to can. This alters it to vol present indicative want. Wants, want. Past imperfect wished, etc. This verb, undoubtedly due to its constant use, is a tangible proof of the chaos that reigns among us regarding conjugations in the past perfect. For example, some say sapigu, sapiguras et seri. Past perfect will be able to, would be able to, was or able to. Future simple will want et ser. Imperative want or could you, wants heshi, want we, would want you, would want they. Present subjunctive vulgar vulges, etc. Future imperfect vulgaria voldria et serand, volant. Participle. Present subjunctive sapia, sapies, sapio or sapium, sapio, sapien. Past imperfect sapiera, sapiers and saber in, sapierem, sapirem in, sapiriu and sabriu, sapir and saberien. Vulgat or vulgat. No present indicative sia, sesap. Saben, sabu, saben. Past perfect sab, sabies, saberheim, sabru, sabrin. Simple future sabrai, sabros, sabramos, sabronan. Imperative sapies, teasen. Sapiel, sapiem or sapium, sapio or sapio, sapien. And others say sapiers, sapia, instead of sapier, and sapiera. Some people pronounce saipiga, sapigero, sabra, in the plural imperative form. Many use the present indicative forms instead of the subjunctive, although this confusion is peculiar to all verbs in the second conjugation that we consider more appropriate. Present subjunctive fasa, faces, fasa, fem, few, facen. Imperfect preterit, fairer and harder, fears and harders, fairer and fire and harim, feriu and hariu, fairen and harin. Gerund. Fent. Participle. Fet. Fer and its compounds. Present indicative fatch or fas, fas, fem, few, fan. Imperfect preterit fee, fees, fee, fiem, fieriu, feen. Perfect preterit few, fairs, few, firem, firu, feren. Future far. Fas, far, ferm, fayu, fan. Imperative fes tu, fas el, fem, few, facen. Verb during if in this verb the first two letters are considered radicals, it becomes almost regular in this conjugation. Present indicative duck, dus, do, ddm, on ddm, dduo, doyu, dn. Past imperfect dies, dia, dm, diu, dien. Past perfect duga, dugers, duger, dugerem, dugeriu, dugerin. Gerund. Past perfect lichger, licheres, lichgai, eram, lichgeriu, lichgerin. Imperative go, let him, let us go, let them go, let them go. Subjunctive present go, go you, go heshate, go we, go they, let them go. Doent e.g. enduring. Participle, dot e.g. endured. Irregular verbs of the third conjugation verbs ending in eker, eer, and ixer change the radical e to I in some tenses, and also have several irregularities in their endings. Examples of eker. Present indicative, liches, lich, lecum, lechu, lichen. Future dus, durum, duriuan. Imperative dus to duga el, dugum, dugu, dugun. Present subjunctive duga, dugs, duga, dugum, duguyu, dugun. Past imperfect dugera, widera, dugeras, wideres, Dugera wider, duge rem durim, dugeri widoyu, dugerine durim. Infinitive. Durigi, to endure. Imperfect past would go, went you, would go heshit, would go we, would go they let them go. In many towns the perfect past and the first and second person plural of the subjunctive present are conjugated as regular. Verbs ending in ear change their root in the same tense but different endings. Example indicative present I go, you go, heshit goes, they go, let them go. Perfect past went you, went heshit, we went they, let them go. The verbs ending in have the same irregularities as those in the previous group. They only differ in the second person singular of the indicative present, which does not have the die ending, for example, fight, die, squeeze. Imperative go though, go him, go we, go ye, go they, let them go. Present, subjunctive exca, ixki, ixca, ixcam, ixu, ixquin. Imperfect preterite excura, excurs, excurem, excuru, excurren. Also, as with the previous verbs, many people use the regular forms in the imperfect preteritive indicative and in the first and second persons plural of present subjunctive for these verbs. Present subjunctive vista, vistus, vista, vestum, odu, vistum, vestu, ou, visto, visten. The verb centre to fill usually adopts the same terminations, but without changing the root. Indicative present senk, sents, sent, sentum, sent to, senten. Imperative sent to, center el, centum, sent to, senten. The conjugation of vesta to dress and its compounds varies across regions. Some make them completely regular, while others approximate them to ixer. However, the most common irregular forms error. Present indicative vists, vist, vesta hue. Vist, imperative vista to, vista el, vestum o vistum, vestu, vistuo, visten. Subjunctive present center, centis, centum, centu, centum. Verbs ending in inter, including derivatives of center, are generally conjugated regularly. Tosa conjugates as ixer, but the preterites are usually made regularly. Roster as vesta. Most with o in their penultimate syllable change ye to I in the persons, where the above change ye to I, and follow these in their terminations, cosa and focha. For example, conjugate as lecker. Bolle. Colour and mo are as those ending in ear. Sleeping and its compounds are conjugated like adding, but in some people retain the radical mm while others lose it. Their irregularities are as follows: present indicative dorm, dorms, dorm, dormim, dormu, dormen. Past perfect dorger. Dorgers, dorge, dorgerem, dorgiru, dorgerum, participle. Open or uncover. Imperative dormty, there's a dorgelm, elm, dorminu, you do, you do, jurgen. Present subjunctive dorga, der du ges, dorga, dormium, dorgem, dormu, you, go do, jurgen. Imperfect past dorgara, e dormila, dorgers, y dormerias, dorgara, y dormera, dorgar, rem, dormeriem, dorgiri, y dormeriu, dorgerin, y dormerien. To die has the same dissonances as verbs ending in both in the central extreme regions of the kingdom, but it is conjugated very differently in both cases as regards its radical letters. In almost all provinces of Alicante and Castillon, it retains the root more in all tenses and persons, while in the capital and its region, and in some other towns, that root changes to my in the same tenses, that verbs ending in a change, e to I except, in the present indicative. For example, in Valencia, one says yo Mike, ti dem imabras ella ma, yo magas vegas irium malmaga in Alicante and Castellon, yo after ti diem razel ma yoerga, tu member you umbrius, you gelerga rega. Open has the following irregularities: present indicative obric, brisum, ebrai abrim, brew you guybrin. Past perfect abrin, obrigers, obriga, obrigerem, obliru, obligerin. Imperative T, brighty daliral, obligarelem obligimos, briu obligad. Present, subjunctive oblige, obliges, obliges, open, opened, oblige. Here, its irregular tenses are: present indicative I hear, you hear, heshi hears, we hear, they hear, I heard, you heard, heshi heard, we heard, they heard. Fill is conjugated exactly the same as the previous verb, but the participle is regular. Filled, the past perfect tense, in both cases, is often used with a regular form, but some conjugate it as shown. Cover and its compounds are regular except for the participle which is covered. It must be kept in mind that this verb is falling out of use, and nowadays most of its tenses, especially the irregular ones, are replaced by equivalents of the verb feel, and in imperative form by those of listen. Imperative open you, make him or open, I hear you, they hear. Present subjunctive, let it open, let him or open, I hear, you hear, let them hear. The past perfect indicative and imperfect subjunctive are usually made regular. Present subjunctive digger, dig is diggum o diggum, diggu o diggu diggun. Imperfect past, digera vida, diggers y deres, diggera y derida, diggerem y em, diggeru y deriu, diggeren y derin. Gerundiant. Participle dit. The second person singular imperative usually takes the form dis when a pronoun is attached, e.g. true disho, disly. Der and its compounds, despite ending in have nearly the same inflections as verbs ending in present indicative dic, dius, diu, dium, diu, diun, past perfect digger, diggeers, diggorem, diggeru, diggeren. Imperative dies too, digael, dinam digam, diueu, diggu, diggun. Note that in Valencian this form has a plural, e.g. drino hyatinta, naihem plomes, no he tinta, naihe plumas. Impersonal verbs it is applicable to Valencian impersonal verbs as with Spanish, according to the Academy grammar. Thus, impersonal are verbs referring to natural phenomena, such as amane, exemplar, relampegar, trana, etc. And so are many others when used in the third person plural, e.g. cruel dihun, that something will happen, hold some things. But apart from these, Valencians have a very important and widely used impersonal verb that no longer has an equivalent in Spanish, although it once did. This impersonal is caldre, which equates to French follower, Italian bisogner e cala, and Old Spanish cala. From this verb we Valencians make continuous use, especially in negative and dubitative forms. It is less used affirmatively cp. The verb haver, when used impersonally, takes the form higher, similar to the Spanish verb hey. Some write hi-ha, and we are not referring to those who write ya, because this is merely a spelling mistake, but we believe that this form is not acceptable in Valencian, as the Catalan adverb 17 does not exist among us. Defective verbs in Valencian. There are many verbs where, due to structural difficulties, some tenses are no longer commonly used. Those of the second conjugation, in particular, are in this case. With the exception of a few of very frequent use such as vinder, tinderber, etc. Some are defective in meaning like at ear, pert ear, concerner, etc. Reflexive verbs, Valencian reflexive verbs, differ from Castilian ones, that they only allow the use of the pronoun in the postposition, in the infinitive, gerund, and imperative forms, but not in other tenses. For example, when translating I complain about you, we cannot say quiexum de tu, but instead me quieix de tu. In some cases, the conjugation difficulties were such that the people gradually transferred them to the third person, which is more regular and pleasing to the ear. Thus from apete exer it became apeta, from kai aixer it became carer, from abetere it became abeter, from reber it became reserver, from constrayer it became constrier, and others were replaced by their equivalents, such as rompere by trenkar and klar by tankar. Recordasen, or in recordas, also carries this particle, due to the intuitive logic of the people who understand that this verb also indicates translation, not physical but intellectual. Doai porter, to endure and carry, use it as a prefix when they are reflective. Endurse, importase, it is usually also used with raya and rayas. The reflective verbs that we could call translative or of movement have, among us, a notable peculiarity in that they add, in all their forms, the particle in or ni to the pronoun, so we do not say anas, exerse, intras, but anasin, exersen, intrasen, not mi vach tiantras o ixivas, but min vach tinantras, ixivan navo ixivazin. Important warning, be careful not to confuse this particle, which is actually an adverb of place, with the demonstrative pronoun in that is often also joined to reflexives, as when we say, min menchara ana lyra of this or that. Synhebigot dose gets of some liquid understood from context. Chapter Vi on the participle. Very little needs to be said about the Valencian participle regarding its differences from Spanish. The active forms end in ant or ent, being the same for both genders, but only those that usage has turned into true adjectives are employed, such as amant, escrivant, patient, etc. Passive verbs end in it when they belong to first conjugation verbs, in it for second conjugation verbs, and in it for third conjugation verbs. For the feminine form, an A is added, but the final T is changed to D, such as cansat, cansata venet, venuda, partida. This is the proper and grammatical way, and it is done throughout the kingdom regarding second and third conjugation verbs. However, for first conjugation verbs, the feminine form ends in ada, and the people have dropped the last syllable 18. So instead of cansata, they say cans across all three provinces, except in very few towns that might be located at the borders to regions speaking Castilian. Should this modification be admitted in written language, we believe that at least in serious style, the form ada should be preserved. Perhaps it is not feasible or convenient in a festive or light-hearted context, given the universal pronunciation of I acute. The participles that do not end in at, or it are irregular. Not much needs to be said about them, as we have already studied them extensively when discussing the verb. Although there are verbs that have two participles, one regular and another irregular, the latter are only used now as verbal adjectives and are never employed to form compound tenses. For example, we say qued bit or estaba selt, but not sabit or savia salt, but rather sa bidat, savia soltat. There are passive participles that have active meaning in certain cases, such as a great, which means wish gratifies calat, which means wish silences. With the participle, augmentatives and diminutives can be formed like with an adjective. As for the regime of Valencian participles, which differs from that of Spanish, we will treat it in its corresponding place, i.e., in syntax. Chapter V on adverbs. The adverb is the part of the sentence that offers the greatest richness and variety in the Valencian language, as perhaps none of the Castilian adverbs do not have an equivalent here, whereas many Valencian ones cannot be translated into Castilian, as with common words to both languages. There are barely any noticeable differences in how they are used in sentences. We will therefore limit ourselves to creating a comparative vocabulary of them, so that Valencian speakers can easily apply the rules governing Castilian adverbs. Time adverbs ante, after, pront, siempre semper, nunca, no pudo jams cheme, ya mientras, to davila on, encara co, condo, hogo co, hoi, antago, anta, entences, levas, asses, yesterday, today, now tomorrow, the day after yesterday past, the day after tomorrow now, at the moment before, in advance earlier after, afterwards later, after finishing late, late early, incon, pronto, arriba, amant, hesia as, hesia ac ens, abajo of all, hesia ala, il, atras, edasarir, circa prop, detros, derir, legios, lunt, adelant avant don, all aunt, delante davant, entro dins, insima, damant, fura, fra, in front. There, of manner good be, brood, ben, too much, mal, how which, sexim, thus scarcely, only, oppress a space, spay, intently, abster, clearly, claw, well, bonament, or ballant, of quantitative very, mol bethan, no res, much, molt, almost, cassie, little, pies, how much, enough, possibly, perhaps it might be, mas of comparison more, mes less, menos, mes manco, better, miller, worse, picker, so such, tant, how much, quant, orders firstly, subsequently, lastly, affirmatively yes, certainly, effectively no, neither, nor, nothing, never doubt, perhaps, maybe, adios. It can be translated into Castilian as a little while ago, just now, or right before now. However, we believe that a keen ear will not be satisfied with these translations in certain phrases. Other Valencian adverbs, as we have already indicated when discussing reflexive verbs, those among them that indicate movement add this particle to the pronoun in all its forms, which, if carefully observed, is equivalent to a locative adverb. Minvach means, I am leaving here. And although, at times, we may also add another adverb or a noun, like ein traten, I, sen hen ater Jude root, it always retains its character and adds force to the sentence. Adis o aromatics. In present times, it can be literally translated as, now I am thinking of this, right now I am thinking about that. In the future, it signifies, within a short while in a moment, e.g. true. Are you coming? Aromatics. This adverb, constantly used among us, is the most general and complete among those of time, as it is at once past, present, and future without any graphic or phonetic modification. When used in the preterite, it is synonymous with at ease. For example, kun has venget, right now I will go, after finishing. In most cases, it is almost exactly the equivalent in our language for the Spanish adverb clugo. However, in some phrases, this translation seems somewhat inadequate, and one must say in Spanish, hol acabar o cuando acabe, etc., which are no longer adverbs, while the Valencian, hin acabant, remains an adverb even in these circumstances. No mis you nums. It can be translated as hardly, just only, but in most cases these words do not capture much their expressive force. Are you? E.g. true, you're not so are you, don't be so messy or careless. It has two quite different meanings. The first can be translated as in any case, without order or arrangement. For example, things aren't done, so are you. You need to pay more attention to them, in this sense. It sometimes acts as an adjective common to both male and female. Lendem or sendem, a literal translation from French, lendemain, that is, the day following another mentioned, lendesbusdom. 2 days after the one being referred to, as in French, le lendemain. Taumatics o taumatics. Very common among us at times as an adverb and other times as a conjunction. Its proper translation into Spanish is almost impossible. Depending on the case, it can mean since, almost, since finally, after all, really, and perhaps something more. The ancient Castilian adverb ario, now unused, we believe, was the true translation of this phrase. No chance of water. In the second sense, it means something similar to successively, without interruption or exception, that is, without a continuous arithmetic or geometric progression, e.g., in this street, all the houses are owned by farmers. That is, without excepting one. How did you come? Trio or in a row? That is, chosen or fully accounted for. In fruit trade, tau nencha arhu also refers to something transported without packaging, i.e., in bulk. Mulby, used only accompanied by the verb refer, to make. For mulby means to waste, mistreat, spoil, or throw away something. Chens has no equivalent in Castilian. However, in familiar language, two adverbial phrases are often used to represent it quite properly. These are ni gota and ni pisca, that is, absolutely nothing of a particular thing. E.g. Examples. I don't want any chance. There's no chance far away. It's not grainy. As she went up kindly. They are not synonyms in most cases. These two adverbs cannot be used interchangeably, and nevertheless, both should be applied to what we're about to say. In Spanish, after much and very much, there is nothing more, but in Valencian we have both adverbs we are talking about, which, though in certain cases they are synonyms of molt and multisim, in other instances surpass them in expression and give the sentence a force that those do not reach at all. The adverbial phrase, to a great extent, and Italian adverbs, vai and osa and French joisen may perhaps give a fairly good idea of them. And there's none left, absolutely none. In certain phrases, instead of meaning nothing, it's better translated by something, e.g. or true. Do you have any chance of tobacco? Which means, do you have something or any amount of tobacco? When modifying adjectives and adverbs, it's untranslatable. French unpu and Italian unpo can represent it in some cases, and in others point du tout and niente fatto, that is, the absolute nothingness in Spanish. But when one knows the expressive force of a munti, It is in modifying other adverbs and adjectives, for instance, a munt alt, very high, extremely high, a muntilunt, very far, excessively far. One must know ever that a munt never means too much. For this we have the adverb massa. Bede naxer is sometimes a synonym for produe quite, but it adds something more to the sentencer. For example, be knackered so de tribom costat. It took me quite a lot of work. Be nax never modifies adverbs or adjectives. Ben, a very commonly used quantitative or amplifying adverb, it is placed before adjectives to give them more force than mol, i.e., very, e.g. cru parla ben clar. Qui, estiger ben literal translation, speaks very clearly that Heshi is very full. Be, a dubitative adverb, also in continuous use like the previous one, but always at the beginning of a sentence, e.g. gaut beerlos veneer, be who durs, be seen har anat, etc. In all these cases, the sentence has the same meaning, whether or not the adverb is included. However, in this way it becomes much more expressive. Perhaps this monosyllable, more than an adverb, is a particle. Adverbial modes, adverbial phrases, are so abundant that discussing their use and equivalence in Castilian here would be a very lengthy task. For this, consult the dictionaries of our language, as it is there, and not in grammars, where their proper usage should actually be studied until fins. 4. By. According to Segans, Chapter V on prepositions, the Valencian prepositions equivalent to those in Castilian are as follows. Below, bakes, within, heb, against, of, from, in, between, betowards, hebet, kaov, kapepeka. Without, sens rarely used. Above rarely used. On, behind rarely used ebb. Fins and sens are completely out of use, and are always replaced by in, until and without or sense, respectively. Parafor and per by should not be confused in Valencian, as most Catalan grammarians also advise against this confusion. Per, when forming synesthesia with the masculine article, is written synchronously without an apostrophe or any separation, as done by Portuguese and Italians, by the king's favour, to navigate the Mediterranean. Chapter X on conjunctions, copulative conjunctions. They are the same as in Castilian, an a, cui, and are subject to the rules of the Academy's grammar. Disjunctive conjunctions. Aria. B. One must also pay attention to the use of these, to the precepts for their Castilian equivalents. Adversative conjunctions. The most common ones are mes, but otherwise exina in cara quod, if before, mes before, no despite, and some other adverbial modes that, like in Spanish, are often used as conjunctions. The Spanish sin embargo is quite used, at least among educated classes, but it should not be given natural status, if only it had been Valencianized as antes fuera or no obstant, conditional conjunctions. They are pretty much the same as in Spanish, if, when, whenever, provided that, since, itsever, causal conjunctions. The following ones are commonly used per, because, so, since, given that, for this reason. Consecutive conjunctions, so, therefore equally. Comparative conjunctions, like so, just like if, final conjunctions. In order to, in the end, finally, in order to achieve that. Allative conjunctions. Therefore, then, consequently, for this reason. The conjunctions puix y, donks, much used in the past, have been replaced today by the Castilian pews throughout the kingdom. Chapter X on interjections proper, are virtually the same in Valencian as in Spanish. Barca, hola, and so on. As for other words that, although they are really nouns, verbs or other parts of the sentence, are often used as interjections, their number and variety are so great that it is impossible to list them. For instance, to get someone's attention we say, che, chica dona, and so on. To express admiration we use these in vielgem diu, merdi diu. True, with these and do miu. We express pain and distress 20. To encourage or hurry someone we say vinga, amant, appreza, and so on. To approve be, bo, molt be, beno, and others to stop or turn back horses, aixa, pain. And a particular sound that can be represented by tise, and is articulated by quickly uniting and separating the edge of the tongue corresponding to the same side from the right end of the palate. As with this sound, we have others in which, despite appearing strange, only consonants are involved, such as the one we usually use to express indifference ps, the one we use to impose silence chas, the one that serves to call someone chat, and others. Chapter C, phonetic figures. Valencia is a language that, undoubtedly, due to the many years it has been entirely at the mercy of the people, with no one having taken the trouble to establish rules for its use, is so prone to the use of phonetic figures that even though many of them were undoubtedly vices in their origin, they must be taken as such today given their widespread usage. We also use a percope in some other words of constant usage, such as casa and cara, saying, for example, ensa no vach da ka manto. We have first, in this case, the innumerable series of words ending in ada, in which almost all Valencians have suppressed the last syllable, thus transforming their ancient ending into the modern acute acri. This has been done not only with female participles, as we said when discussing them, but with every kind of word, whether nouns or adjectives, for we say tron, galt, elt, cas, etc. Sometimes we suppress letters, the beginning aphoresis, or in the middle syncope of words, and say sentet for visentet, dam for du nam, and par for para preposition, e.g., sentet, dam ex pamai. We also employ metaplasms by addition in many cases, saying, for example, estazors, estnals, alla instead of tizos, tenals, la, and by alteration, as quidra for crida, aurea for ahoa or agua. But where these figures are most commonly used is in words ending in ador, adora, and isa, in which it can almost be guaranteed that the d or the s is omitted. Thus we say mocor and laura instead of mocador and loradora, pire and richier instead of pereza and riqueza. It will be observed that all the preceding examples are deliberately chosen from words whose use is so general and accepted that they no longer sound strange to anyone. As for other many transformations, though more or less in use, we consider them vicious and will study them when discussing diction vices. We refrain from discussing the metaplasm called contraction, as we have already covered this topic in other chapters. Regarding the elision of letters in word combination, which is so commonly and excessively used in Valencian, we will discuss something about the apostrophe in spelling, etc. These are things that everyone who has read this book in school learned, and would not serve, therefore, except to distract their attention from what is the only practical thing here, namely, highlighting the differences between Valencian and Spanish. Part 2, Syntactics, in accordance with what has been said in the preface. This part of our grammar will be relatively concise, as most syntactic rules that govern Valencian are shared not only with Spanish, but also with other congeneric languages. That adjectives, articles, pronouns, and participles agree with nouns in gender, number, and case, that nouns and pronouns agree with verbs in number and person, that a noun governs another noun with the help of a preposition, that a verb governs a noun with or without a preposition, etc. Therefore, we will limit ourselves to studying those differences, and note that the Valencian construction is approaching more and more to the Spanish every day, and consider common to both languages whatever we do not indicate specifically, except for error or omission, as merchants say at the bottom of their accounts. Chapter I, Regular Grammar Regimen of Participles. He vist ta mère, have you seen her? Have you read these poems? We have already read them. It is worth noting, however, that the masculine participle usually does not change from singular to plural, have you seen these books? I haven't seen them, and even the feminine form, many already use it, as in Castilian, verb construction with the pronoun. Although the passive Valencian participles conform in almost everything regarding the regime of the Castilians, they have a certain particularity that distinguishes them greatly. This consists in the fact that when joined with the auxiliary verb haver to form composite tenses, they do not remain invariable as in Castilian, but agree in gender and number with the pronoun that serves as a complement to the sentence, however. Keep in mind that this only occurs with pronouns and not with nouns, e.g., I have seen your mother. Where have you seen her? The use of the third person pronoun in the dative and accusative cases is clear in Valencian. The dative is li for both singular masculine and feminine, and ls for plural. The accusative is l for masculine, or lo if attached to the verb, and la for feminine singular, and ls for masculine, les for feminine plural. The pronouns nosotros and vosotros, when in the nominative case, are used with all their letters. However, when they are governed by a verb, and in the accusative or dative cases, they change to mos and vos, respectively. For example, el vent mos dona dicara, el mester vos pendulillis, diu namos paper no vulc donavas res. Verbs followed by these pronouns drop their final letter in some tenses. Thus, we say levimus vestivos and not levamos vestivos. When, for the reasons already indicated in the appropriate place, the adverb or pronoun in is affixed to these forms, it loses its vowel, and they their last letter, contracting as follows: Dionamen becomes dionamosin, prenivan becomes prenevasin, animan, and trevanixavan et ser. If any of these pronouns is repeated in the same expression, it is used once with all its letters and then abbreviated. For example, we have already examined you plural. Now it's your turn to examine yourselves. Ku ademo midu rotel piutem hu siu ritu. When in a single sentence the pronoun si and another personal pronoun me, ti, lai, etc. occur, these latter should be used first. That is exactly the opposite of what is done in Spanish, e.g. Ramasiel, envredi all in the same cases, the neuter pronoun who becomes hu, as in mirahu, korahu. When combined with the syllable u, it becomes iv, as in myrevo, creevu instead of mire, o, kriuho, when these pronouns are joined together. Only what is mentioned applies to the second term, e.g. As already indicated, when discussing the reflexive verb, personal pronouns in the dative or accusative case are only postposed to the verb in imperative, infinitive, and gerund forms, but not in other tenses. The singular pronouns me, ti, and lo lose their vowel when joined to a voice ending in or abreve, e.g. True, it's getting late, the meal is ready, I see his ear, I see your ear, our rope has broken, our thread is cut. The following rules are those that, in our opinion, can suit those who feel called and equipped to profitably dedicate themselves to the cultivation of the Catalan language. 1. Chapter A figurative syntax. Given the nature of this work, we will not delve into a detailed study of construction figures, but believing that it will not be useless to offer some advice to young people who wish to dedicate themselves to the cultivation of our language, and not considering ourselves to have sufficient authority to give them on our own account, we limit ourselves to transcribing in full what Missa, Beauforol and Blanche say on this subject in their notable grammar of the Catalan language. The grammatical construction of the Catalan language, in accordance with the particular genius of the inhabitants of the ancient principality, is extremely simple, as it follows the natural order of ideas entirely, which gives expression a character of truth, as well as a vigour and brilliance, highly admirable. Nevertheless, it does not reject certain prudent transpositions that give the larger phrase flexibility and harmony, while increasing the force of expression and mitigating the dryness that sometimes results from the concurrence of monosyllables, which are abundant in the language and contribute to its richness and vigour. Familiarize oneself with the language of our ancient chronicles in order to elevate and restore Catalan speech through this means, prudently removing what is foreign to its nature. 2. In modern times it has been adorned, inappropriately and excessively, with the brilliant clothing of the national language, but this in no way suits, on the contrary, repels the nature of Catalan, or it has fallen into such an excess of purity that nobody in Catalonia, unless they are very familiar with our ancient chronicles, or accustomed to the somewhat different way of speaking in each of the Catalan provinces, is able to understand certain writings that reveal in their authors a deep study and great love for the country, even though, in our opinion, this is not the true path that will lead us to a happy restoration. Others have brought to light the most vulgar elements of spoken language, with no other purpose than to make a crowd overly fond of things from their native land laugh indulgently. Although it must be confessed that they too should not be entirely blamed for their work, and even though perhaps unintentionally. They have contributed to the popularization of the Renaissance work initiated by our first poets, particularly in the renewal of the floral games. Do not use any outdated words. If there is a modern and authentic one, do so, nor phrases that do not meet the same circumstances. Third, also avoid voices or locutions generally unknown in the country, even if they are used in some of its regions, unless they have no equivalent. Fourth, when the voice or locution lacks this correspondence in contemporary usage, then use the ancient or less known one freely. Fifth, do not systematically err on anti-Castilianism, carelessly rejecting certain common voices and locutions to both languages, which undoubtedly stem from a common origin, as the influence of Catalan on Castilian is well known, especially during the good times of the former. Seventh, strive to avoid any vagueness or lack of grammatical system, a defect far worse than adopting any system, however flawed. 6. Knowledge of the languages Latin, Italian and French, as well as the dialects Provençal, Majorcan and Valencian, along with the peculiar speech of each province or locality in Catalan territory. To this point, Messrs. Beauferrol and Blanche, as the reader will have noticed, by simply writing Valencian or Valenciana, where these gentlemen say Catalan or Catalana. We could have presented these paragraphs without anyone realizing the deception, except for the difference in style. Absolutely applicable to our literature is what they refer to regarding Catalan. Following, as we have until now, the Academy's method, which we consider very clear and comprehensive, we will state that it is barbarism. 1. Writing words incorrectly, for example, horf, sewer, dien instead of orf, sewer, dihun. 2. Pronouncing them incorrectly, e.g. Trilatinant provzu, estezors, pedricar, in vesdilils kictinant, processus, tisors, predicar. 3rd. Replace Valencian genuine words with words from other languages. And here we encounter a difficult issue to resolve: what are Castellanisms and what are not? We believe it unnecessary to emphasize the importance of these rules to Valencian writers. It is impossible not to see it unless one systematically closes their eyes. Regarding the 5th rule, it strengthens so much the idea that informs this book that it seems written on purpose to encourage us in the work we have undertaken. Chapter IA, Vocabulary Abuses. Since a good payer is not sensitive to shame, we must begin by confessing that this book, judged from the perspective of currently applicable Valencian spelling laws, is entirely a barbarism, as many words are written with spelling from another language, but we have already discussed at length the reasons for this, and having accepted the reform, let us say something, though little, about what needs to be said to establish with the greatest possible accuracy the dividing line between what this reform permits and what is unequivocally within the realm of abusive and incorrect usage. Respecto are the modifications that have been suffered by the terminations in ada, adore and adora, we consider it prudent to remove them from this site, and give them legitimacy by placing them among metaplasms. It is, however, convenient that at least in serious style we continue writing tronada, cansada, palador, lauradora, although those of us who were born in the second half of this century might say trona, cansa, palor and lara. In our opinion, every Castilian word that has a Valencian equivalent should be regarded as such, unless the latter has fallen into disuse so long ago that it is barely known by the general public. Therefore, it is not appropriate to say labio for labi, la impara for lancha not only in church, but also in the dining room and living room, mesa billiard table for tola, cucurucho for paperina, etc., etc. However, it is permitted to say piveve rapado instead of palpebra, loco for fall, obispo y lemosna for bisbi and ormoina, and even palazzo for palio. It is good and holy that ave is not said instead of or which is the same word with a Valencian ending. But pardalet little bird, just as orsalet little hawk, also and bakesar at the same time that exakar and divala. It must be very present at this point that Castilian and Valencian are two sister languages, and in addition to their common origin, they have been in continuous relationship since their birth, as a result of which they share many common words, either absolutely or with only the difference in termination or pronunciation peculiar to each one. Thus, dia, limosna, capel, aurora are at least as Valencian as John, Almoina, prae, bear, and orba. Regarding Galicianisms, Latinisms, etc., we should adhere to what the grammar of the Academy says, as almost all of those we use are taken from Castilian. Fourth, adopt, modified by Castilian, definitions that Valencian has always kept intact, e.g., alcho for alcha, segorb for segorb. Fifth, the same, more or less, one must be cautious regarding Catalanisms. It is Catalan to use the word papelona instead of paloma, dinta instead of dins, nosotros instead of nosotros, and other words that have a different Valencian equivalent from the Catalan and Castilian words. It is also Catalan to employ Catalan suffixes in verb conjugation instead of genuine Valencian ones, like legixes, mentix, instead of velices, ment, employing inappropriate words not authorized by good usage or offensive terms, e.g. presaposta, instead of presapmendra, solusiona, instead of rest eldra, matros, instead of nosotros. Write and pronounce as in the language they belong to words that have already been Valencianized, like orhula for orila, iteruel for turl. Sixth, improper use of outdated expressions in speech and modern style, for example, om inna, nafron senth. Upon completing the study of barbarisms, the Royal Spanish Academy states the following, which we must transcribe. One should not consider barbaric the intentional use of a foreign word or phrase, done out of pride and quirkiness by someone who knows their own language well and dominates it. We break gender concordance, for example, when saying le eiwilata instead of liwilata, tots les dies instead of tots els dies. Barbarism always arises from ignorance, lack of education or understanding, or sterile and ridiculous vanity. It is a solecism, or first, violating the laws of concordance. 2. The combination of two incongruent or poorly placed particles in a single sentence, such as, this is an apple for him, go through water, instead of an apple for him and through water. 3. Changing the function of a part of the sentence with another, e.g., they are already released by they are already loose. And 4. What Latin, Catalan, French or Italian speaker has ever altered the use of pronouns like this? Note that this is not an idiom or figure of speech allowed by consistent use, but a crime against grammar, to which a death, time, war must be declared until its complete disappearance. 21. However, it should be noted that skilled writers sometimes alter agreement to avoid cacophony or enhance verse harmony, as in the following examples. To shadow is the daily bread divide your work, among your children holy, and on the table peace, enjoy her flowers with a Tedoro Laurent. In my heart I have a chill, stormy, full of beautiful flowers. Hope flees at dawn from every breath, and fills them with freshness. Magdalena Garska Bravo. Solecism, by replacing personal pronouns, is committed at all times in the capital of the kingdom and in some other towns, not only by the common people, but also by people whose undeniable illumination should prevent them from falling into such a gross and vulgar error, saying is parlem or si quiddario, instead of mos parlem or vos quiddario. Has no possible excuse. Who among those who say this in Valencian would dare to say in Castilian's hablamos or nos quedamos? Anaphora and monotony and poverty are defects to which Valencians are very exposed, due to the punishable neglect with which we usually approach the study of our native language. Hence, we call the attention of writers to these pitfalls. However, it should be understood that at times the same letter may be repeated successfully and beautifully for imitative harmony, but this is reserved for masters in speech, and abuse of it should be avoided. using vicious constructions, which is quite difficult to specify in our language due to the insecurity we have already achieved at this point in construction rules. See, however, what we said when discussing regular syntax, and pay particular attention to good models. Cacophonia is a defect consisting in the occurrence or repetition of the same syllables or letters, as in that vulgar and well-known phrase, Set's churches mention, fetched done penchet. As far as has been seen, it is quite difficult to distinguish between what is vicious and what is legal and permitted by the figurative syntax in a language so lacking in fixed rules like modern Valencian, thus the only thing one can do with it, on the part of teachers in writing or speaking, is to use the greatest prudence to avoid both the cellar of archaism and the Charybdis of vulgarity, and on the part of others to adhere to good models and study a lot. On the other hand, the capital, the beautiful city of Turia, whose spoken language we seem to have to accept as a norm, speaks Valencian so badly that it cannot even pronounce the soft V, chi, and s. It has been drinking Aragonese water for so many years that it has worn out its tongue. Therefore, we refrain from giving rules for pronunciation, and let each Valencian speak as his mother taught him, or as people in his town speak. Part I prosody, to give rules for Valencian pronunciation, would be like trying to put gates around a field from the mountain dweller in the Alto Maestrazgo, who speaks almost in Catalan, to the river dweller of the Midgers or Turia, who does not speak Aragonese or Valencian, and the one from Weinlopper or Segura who changes language when they move house. The accents and sounds used by Valencians vary so much that we do not believe ourselves strong enough even to attempt its analysis. However, we would like to point out one thing. The distinctive character of Valencian is its softness and sweetness, only matched but not surpassed by Italian, and we believe that all effort of our grammarians should be directed towards prosody to preserve this property, which, unfortunately, is losing ground day by day. The same occurs with the S in final positions. In these provinces, they always sound soft when joined to the following vocal, which greatly softens the phrase. For example, Els Edmens, Sun Tots Eagles 22, Antlers Lees Humans, I Divinus. Even when speaking in Castilian, it is difficult not to soften the S in such cases for those from both provinces. It is necessary to advise again and again that those who love their mother tongue do their utmost to preserve and even restore where lost the three sweetest letters that Valencian possesses, the V, chi, and S soft sounds, and that the final T'd in the capital and some other towns is softened as it usually is in the extreme regions Alicant and Castellan, where, when joined to the following vowel, the final T becomes a decrew the next sentence. Mentors hatcha caritat in Loman. Tot Anabi sounds in Valencia and its region just as it is written, but most inhabitants of the two extreme provinces read it thutters hatcha carat. Den Loman to Denard B. Compare one sound with another, and the difference in favour of the second will be noted. We have nothing to advise the first group, as the path is very easy and straightforward. For the second group, we would say that, based on what has been said, they should try to make their children notice these sound differences from childhood, inclining them towards the genuine Valencian pronunciation, so harmonious and so soft. We believe it is unnecessary to warn, after so much has been spoken about the renaissance of regional literatures in Spain. All we have to say is that among the cultured people of Valencia, whoever gives some attention to these matters cannot but have two trends, both respectable if they are in good faith: those who want to push Valencian towards Spanish until achieving its unification, and those who wish to preserve the purity of their mother tongue, not as an incorruptible mummy, but as a living organism that modifies itself according to the legitimate influences of the environment it lives in. All these and others like them can be found by the curious reader of books in our language. In our Valencian language, na is used at the end of words, replacing in, such as any, pengani, seni, tiny cardoni, puni, etc. These pronunciations, and others like them, when pluralized, have an additional -enes, codones, etc. When forming diminutives without changing nai, the suffix -et is added paniet, codoniet, puniet, etc. Also written with nai-phonier are senor, senyos 23. Here is the translation of the provided text from auto to English. Those who accept in popular literature the orthographic reform carried out in our language, mainly during this century, must consider it very logical and rational that, consistent with itself. Valencian writing approaches as much as possible to Castilian in everything that does not contradict or is hardly compatible with general grammatical laws. Taking this into account, the current orthography will from the beginning be entirely detached from what has been legislated until now in written Valencian language, and instead connected as a daughter to the Castilian orthography of the Spanish Academy. This treaty may coincide, and in fact will coincide, with the ancient ones of our language in many points, and may in other cases distance itself more or less from what is legislated by said authority. But the norm, the guide to which we will adjust the rules for the Valencian writing, will be those valid for Castilian, as long as there are no very powerful reasons that oppose it. Among those words that both languages articulate, as Valencian uses it like canamana, casta, munoz, amen, in mena, der, etc., we have nothing to say here regarding the convenience or inconvenience, legitimacy or illegitimacy of the orthographic reform of our language which we promote in this book, as we have fully exposed the reasons for doing so in the preface, but to show the reader that the matter is not as modern as generally believed, we will copy 2 paragraphs from the Tiprica di Orthographio para los dos idiomas castellano y valenciano, practice of orthography for the 2 languages Castilian and Valencian, written by Carlos Ros, a universally respected authority on this subject, published in 1732. The most illustrious and known of the prescriptivists of our language says, "In the Valencian language, the letters ch are found in old books substituted for j and g, also by custom in many words, as these sounds are articulated and written in the Castilian language, which is why, and in other respects, there is a mixture that I suppose is mentioned in the preface between these 2 orthographies, such as a of h, chorizo, chiva, chancellor, chantrum, chocolate, chocolate, chacho, chasco, capucho, chacona, cacho, concha, cosh, dica, disdicha, gancho, garna, malcho, macho, malcho, baracho, sanch, and einchens, etc. All these and others such are Castilian and Valencian voices, of which only senor is excepted, since although in both languages it has the same pronunciation, Valencian always writes it as nai for dear. It could not be clearer and more decisive. If so, after so many years, it is evident in our orthography this marked trend towards Castilian. Why insist on opposing obstacles to what is so natural when it has followed a growing progression, despite the continuous excommunications of teachers? Let us therefore accept what facts impose upon us, and since the people do not want to come to us, let us go to the people 24, because the first duty of every writer is to make himself understood by his readers. Just as we said in syntax, we repeat here in orthography, we will only deal with points where Castilian and Valencian differ in the rest. We accept the authority of the Academy. Use of various letters, in particular 25b, V for Valencians from the extreme provinces, who distinguish these 2 letters in pronunciation. Their use in writing poses few difficulties. Indeed, writing words as they are pronounced is sufficient. However, since both letters have the same sound in the capital and neighboring regions, we provide some rules to facilitate their use in writing. In the use of capitalization, for example, and in that of punctuation marks and auxiliary notes, we will not modify anything, accepting as laws for our written language those of the Royal Spanish Academy. Regarding these issues, we will only speak of the accent grave, not currently used in Castilian, and the apostrophe, a sign of continuous use in our orthography. It will generally serve as a guide to distinguish the B from the V in Latin etymology, or the Spanish equivalents for those who do not know Latin. except in some cases that we will indicate later, for example, beer biber, to drink, betica baptizer, to baptize, vor vidder, to see, via viva, to live, view, vox, voice. They must be written with b in Valencian for words that in their original Latin or their similar Castilian have p, such as caber, caper, saber tapato, cabas capato, sepato. However, in the regions where v is pronounced, it is said pova, piolvra, povria, obispo, obispal, despite these voices deriving from pauper and episcopus, poor and bishop, but note that in French it is said, and written povera, anavicor, and in Italian povero and vescovo. Notable exceptions to this rule are the verb have a habba, to have and the imperfect tenses of the first conjugation, amaba, amaves, amaban, amabas, amaba, amabas, which should be written with v, because all Valencian speakers who distinguish these letters pronounce them thus and write them in Catalan 26, in French it is written avor, and in Italian ava. As for the preterites, also in Italy it is pronounced and written aviva, amaiva, temeva, sentiva. All irregular voices of the verb anar, such as vach, vetchen, and the times of verbs in war where u transforms into said letter, like escrivum, beviu, movent, will be written with v. No genuinely Valencian word ends in v or b. Even those that in their origin or derivations have these letters and sound ambiguously adopt as a final p, e.g. of saber forms sap, of cabra, cap, of caphead derived cabot, cabes. In case of other doubts, refer to the Castilian orthography. For the use of this letter, observe fully the rules of Castilian, even in endings, such as sock, dec, afke, puck. Bear in mind that the reformers of our orthography have completely abolished the use of c before e, I. Therefore, henceforth, do not write cial vicent Valentia, but cel, vis nent, Valencia, accepted by modernists, as we mentioned in the preliminaries, for representing both its Castilian sound and another softer sound similar to G Italian used in several regions of the kingdom. There are few doubts about its use in writing. It is enough to include it in written language whenever it sounds in speech, therefore. We will write chesses, chochim, dickacosh, fetchbetch, lich, fullach, etc. As for the strong sound that was given to this letter in ancient voices, such as charitat, cha, pa, quia, it is now completely suppressed. As has been done in Spanish, it should be written caritat, fa, parroquia. D there is no Valencian word ending in dira. As we have already stated, words ending in t are those that originally had or derived from this letter. For example, bit from bar, bondat, bondaders, canet, canudet. In the past, this letter was doubled in some words, like additioner. In modern writing, it is always simple. E, as we mentioned in the preliminaries, the has two sounds among us. To differentiate them in written language, modern writers have adopted the French accent, so that open air should always be written with a grave accent, reserving the acute for closed e or Castilian when it bears the prosodic stress. If this does not occur, closed e is written without any accent. But our language has another peculiarity with this vowel that often confuses novice writers, and it's the tendency of most Valencians to convert the initial into two, particularly in words starting with e's or n. It is so common to say antenement, ancendra andavina, ansasam, astolta, hamoshura, hamaser, that some people get confused and write them as they sound. We've noticed this error most frequently in the first person singular present indicative of the verb hava, as many write iha as it sounds, but it should be written nol vist, just like Jew nol havist, and also for words like antenement. In sisum, ascolta, homoshura, etc., this letter should not be doubled in any case, as was done in the past. J, the letter G, does not represent any sound in Valencian other than the soft one found in Castile. As for J, it cannot represent any sound, and should therefore be prohibited from our alphabet. That sound is not Valencian. But how many of us wear espadrilles, even just on Sundays and special occasions, use the strong sounds of G and J from Castilian at all times in conversation, because we find it very trustic? To say quiff or quera, for example. What do we do then in this dilemma, when having to write what we speak. Let's start by stating that no truly Valencian word has the sound of Castilian J, and that all those in which we use it are borrowed from Castilian due to the continuous influence that language exerts on us and here. With just this affirmation, we already resolve such a formidable problem. Indeed, or such Castilian words can be easily Valencianized or not in the first case. Do so, and instead of pedagogy, magic, Phrygian cap, and mirage, say pedagogia, machia, fricky cap, and esplism as we say physiologia, liturgia, prestici, and espil must be transformed into ambacas, larynx, pharynx, to be logical with the reform made. As for those that do not offer this ease, various cases can arise which the writer's good sense must navigate as they appear. For example, twins, in the sense of children born from the same birth, is translated as bisons, but no one dares to call the buttons used to fasten a shirt cuff by that name, so let's call them abrokes, which, although not a much more Valencian word than gemelos, has the advantage of better adapting to the nature of our language. Chief should be written as quiff as the Catalans do, and bages, larynx, pharynx, etc. In summary, the syllables je, jo, ju, representing their Spanish sound, should never be written in Valencian, and if they are, the word must be underlined as it is from a foreign language, just as we do in Spanish for words like meeting, lunch, sorry, sport that we see constantly in the press. The orthographic rules for the gi when it has a soft sound are the same as in Spanish. We write galina, segura, segua, aga, glacial, grill, dogma, malign, gnostic, etc. And is it easy to regulate its use? Very easy. At least in modern Valencian writing, it's enough to follow the rules of the Royal Spanish Academy, let's see. They are written with heteral 1. What happens to this poor letter in our language is similar to what happens to men in society. The most quiet and humble is always the victim of the greatest abuses. Since he doesn't raise his voice to protest, they can put it where they want. Each one dispatches according to their liking. The voices that have it in their origin are the same in principle as in the middle of pronunciation, such as have habilitate, Hebrew, heretical, hedera, home, honest, go, host, humble host, vehemence, vehicle, exhale, restrain. They should not carry these, therefore orphan, ozo that come from orphanus, as ovum. The exceptions to this rule are essentially the same as cited by the Academy. Spain, asta abor. The adverb now, although we have sometimes seen hara written. Soon. Several voices that originally had a true beautiful in Velashrum. These are very few, as it is well known that most preserve the original F, for example, fam, flower, dew, sun, leaf, smoke. Third, voices pronounced beginning with the sounds ija, ipa, ipo, such as hydraulic, hydrogen, hyperbole, hypocrite. Fourth, derivatives of all these, for instance a disinherit, beauty, chlorhydric. Fifth, and the diphthongs e, u, let's stop at them, there is much to say. We are not in a position to Castellanize our written language. Where greater confusion exists among the Valencians regarding the use of the h, it undoubtedly lies in the combination of 2 or 3 vowels when one of them is weak. On the one hand, the capricious spelling of old Valencian documents, and on the other, the found rules governing the use of this letter in Catalan and Castilian. Both languages of undeniable and legitimate influence on our own have produced such variety in the way a single word is written that we can no longer adhere to good models as they exist for all tastes. Therefore, we believe that the moment has come to attempt the unification of the use of the h in speech, and we trust that this will suffice by following modern Valencian spelling trends, while turning our backs on Catalan spelling, not out of disdain or disaffection, but because circumstances, more powerful than man, etc., for it would be a never-ending tale. So, to avoid this, all one needs to do is keep in mind, 1, that in written Valencian there is no syllable e. Whenever it sounds that way, it should be written as e. For example, reet, chug yes, doyen. 2. And having said that, let us return to the diphthongs eur. Consult any written work, not only of popular Valencian but also literary, and you will find everywhere a jumble of words written without adhering to any fixed rule, as in the following examples: kriwa, kriwaka, dihun, dian, chua, chua, ruhido, rudo, kriu, kriu, you, ascribihim du, iscrian, etc. That the eo, with a prosodic accent, even when followed by e, never forms a diphthong with it, because it actually belongs to different syllable. Therefore, simply accentuating it will suffice to avoid confusion. For instance, lechi m, ixiu, kai n, cri 3. The same is done in Castilian. From olo we get huelo hules, from aldea we get aldehuila. Fourth, regarding the spelling of the verb haver, when used impersonally, we have already said something when discussing impersonal verbs on page 99, that the syllable you must always keep regardless of its origin. For example, from miwa, tiwa, siwa, we get mihus tius, sihus, from kriya, kor. Menu iver we have kriwen, kowen, mowin, vihun, from kriweta, and from newit. And outside of these cases, and those previously mentioned, it is most natural to suppress the h, except in a few words of constant use, such as a haunt, IO 27, if we want to approximate Spanish and distinguish ourselves from Catalan. Our brothers across the Ebro write, for example, ecrihida, pruvia, prehu, ruhido, to mean that a letter has been removed from the position occupied by the h, creditor, providit, rugitus, the Castilians write acrida, previa, creed, ruido. The Valencians should imitate these, and even follow their example in words where they preserve the original letter, like introduer, instead of introduer, ve, which is how it is written in Catalan. As we indicated there is some doubt about how the voices of the verb haver should be written, as when used impersonally in spoken language, they are preceded by an I. That is to say, should it be written hi-ha as the Catalans do, or higher as equivalent to the Spanish he. Valencian reformers, to be logical, should write it in the second way. However, while these forms do not present any difficulty when isolated in a sentence, since we say no higher encara kuhaka at ser when joined with the particle in, or ni, they sound as if the diphthonga is split into two syllables, for example, non and higher. In Karakoy nun nacha, which would seem better written non hi hi-ha, non hi hatcha, we will conclude the related to this letter by exposing a doubt when the neutral pronoun ho or hu is affixed to a verb, should the h be suppressed. Most writers who use the reformed spelling do so, that is, they write daimu, pudata, diso, meraro, kriuru, etc., instead of daimu, putaho, disho, meraho, kriuru, etc. Tell me, take it, say it, look at it, believe it, etc., as for Catalan prescriptivists. But if we consider that the old adverb high never appears in any form in modern Valencian, except in these doubtful cases, and aiming to make modern Valencian writing as similar as possible to Castilian to facilitate its understanding, we advise writing no ni haya, as it is pronounced in some villages, or no nenia, even if the diphthong is broken, when reading, since we also break it without any stumble in many other words like fire, ruido, and even in some much more difficult ones, both in Castilian and Valencian, for example, creed, crier, piano, lia, creo, vint, criet, etc. For our part, we believe that from a logical grammatical perspective, the a should never be omitted, but why not say so? Astorch, in his Catalan grammar, when discussing the synesis of the pronoun who supplies the h and writes diexo, compro, no cregus, etc. However, later authors retain the h when affixing the neutral pronoun to the verb, and even more so. Therefore, when it stands as an isolated word in writing, preceded by other parts of the sentence. There are some contractions of these that repulse us for what we would dare to call a typographic aesthetic defect. These, in particular, where the o is preceded by v, or the u forms a ligature with the vowel that precedes it, e.g. myrevo, escrivivo, krihu, vorahu, dixavohu, etc. Frankly, it seems more beautiful to us, perhaps a weakness, written without ie, mereva scrivivo, cruyo, voriu, degevo, etc., and in the imperative of verbs in etcher. Will there be doubled, licho, fricho? The will always be written whenever it bears the prosodic accent, even if it is joined to other vowels, e.g. trem, bit, vaiuda, chu, vei, criu, der, furra. We wish to note as a precedent that the Royal Spanish Academy authorizes the suppression of in the contracted forms norabana and noramala. Neither the Latin I is ever a consonant, nor the Greek is ever a vowel, except when used as a copulative conjunction. It is therefore easy to regulate its use. In diphthongs, where it is joined to a strong vowel, the vocal I, though actually a consonant, is also written for consistency with Castilian orthography, e.g. rabia, capia, presiausen, not only when forming a direct syllable, but also in inverse syllables like plate, pays. Aguetar, however, some prefer to write plate, pays, aguetar. No longer is the combination of a preceded bind used to indicate the sound of the Castilian, rini, efenaya. We now write these as a, efamia. The syllables, yai, you, written with a consonant at 30, e.g. geia, quiet, ig, and their inverse syllables at the end of words, such as may, re, oi. In diphthongs u, Valencians always place the syllabic accent on the I, except when followed by x. Thus, in viuda, ciutat, we mark the I as a vocal and the U as a consonant, contrary to Castilian practice, and we believe our method is more justified, since the original Latin vidua and Caesar Vitus clearly emphasizes the I accent. L will never be written at the beginning of a word to indicate the sound of ul, as was done in ancient times. Lebi, leget, lop are now written as lebi, leliget. Alop. The il in Valencian is also never doubled, unlike in Catalonia. We do not write il lustra, il luminat, but instead I lustra, illuminat. M will always be written before b, and p, and m before embalsamar. Emputa, unfla, immoral. In Valencian there are many words that end in im. Some even have this ending, when in Castilian they would end in, for example, Jerusalem, Balim, Chocum. N, it now represents the mi, from the ancient Valencian orthography. It is used as in Castilian. As already stated when discussing the b, many Valencian words that seem to be supposed to end in that letter, such as cap, lop, etc., actually end in p. The phi has been replaced by f, r. The use of these letters in Valencian should conform to what is legislated by the Spanish Academy. Therefore we will write Pelurch, Villaral, Onrat, Israel, etc. Q this letter is only used, as in Castilian, to represent the syllables ku, quick formerly written as quadro, questiu, quaida, but today we use C in these cases, quadro, questin, quadar. S this letter should never be doubled in modern Valencian, except when it represents the union of S and C in Castilian. As in Asina, we will write the same, even though they are confused, the words casar, kazar, and casar Mary, rasa, race, and rasa feminine of ras. We dare not advise the use of double S for strong sound and singles for soft, as is done with because as the Valencians of the capital know no other sound than strong, or they would not heed the advice, or it would be an immense difficulty for them. 31. The problem with this letter in modern Valencian is as follows. Does X currently have two distinct sounds, as it did in the past, and still does in Catalonia, or only one, as in Castile? See what was said when talking about D. Just as in Spanish, U is silent between us in syllables gu, guy. Quit to make it sound, it is necessary to put a diresis on it, for example in Lengita, agilo. CB. Other difficult points there are, and what is more difficult for us is the X tree. This says the illustrious professor of literature at the University of Barcelona, Dotre, Mill and Fontenelles, in an article titled 4 Words on Catalan Spelling 32, and this with even greater reason should we say so, since we do not even have the resource of following such a wise master on this thorny point. As the difficulties that this letter presents in one language are very different from those it offers in another. For us, as we said in the preliminaries, the French sound that this letter originally had has disappeared, at least in most villages, when preceded by the vowel I, but some argue that it is still perceptible. In such a case, we must establish the rational use of this letter, which is currently neglected, and begin by resolving the following question. when after I, preceded, or not by another vowel, should X be written, and whence? There are 3 ways to resolve any spelling doubt: usage, pronunciation, and etymology. So let us examine which of these can solve this particular issue. And when I meets, it sounds weak, and so it is helped by the consonant of X, as with misto, which becomes mixto. Usage is not helpful in this case, as since the origins of Romance languages, writers have shown some indecisiveness regarding this letter. The Marquis of Villena, in his Art of Finding, or Gay Science, states, "The X sometimes changes its sound. Sometimes it sounds like C, sometimes like G. The X at the beginning withholds the sound S, but makes the sound fuller. That's why they write Zetef instead of Setef." 33. To avoid prolonging this matter, and as the changes that some letters have undergone in previous centuries are well known, we omit other text that we had planned to transcribe from Antonio de Nebraga's Dialogue of Languages and others, in order to verify the confusion that has always existed regarding X and Z, which is what our attempt focuses on. It is impossible, therefore, that the mere pronunciation can serve as a norm to fix the spelling of this letter in Valencian. And what about etymology? In contemporary times, all Latin languages have already established the use of this letter, and it would be prudent for us to do the same. The Italians have completely suppressed it. The Spanish have reduced it to representing only its Latin sound. The French have done the same, but they admit that in final pronunciation, when joined to the following vowel, it takes the sound of Z, just like st, which is another argument in Ava 34. As for the Catalans and Portuguese, they preserve it as we do, but with clear and precise rules that unfortunately do not apply to our language in all cases, nor do they completely resolve the issue for us. We emphasize the I that precedes X, something they do not do. If we look at pronunciation, the doubt not only persists, but actually arises from here. Let us assume that in some Valencian regions, and even throughout the entire kingdom, if one wishes, the X preceded by I sounds like French. But it is the case that whoever gives this sound excuse the friends who have tried to convince us otherwise also gives the same sound to this under identical circumstances. We have never been able to notice a difference in the way a single person, not previously warned, pronounces such words as peaks, feeks, conix, leswiries, patix, complix, permes, reconses, fakes a blow given with a belt or an abundance of belt, and face partridge, bird, and even in the union of words. Speaking hastily and without focusing attention, the S in cafiwai cigaro sounds the same as the X in perixigal. It cannot serve us at all, as it would be too chaotic. We would have to start writing with S in all verbs ending in aixa and iexa, since they have all turned the olds of nasa, cognosa, etc. into X. In view of all the above, there is no other choice but to adhere to usage, but modifying it rationally by taking into account etymology and the principles of Catalan orthography, which alone should serve as a norm in this regard. Thus, we believe that we should preserve the X in syllables X, 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 even in words that originally had S, such as pixcar from piscari, fix from fasciculum, or those found in sister languages, like aruixa rocha in Spanish and arosa in French, except for words of clear formation that leave no doubt, e.g. trutipes, face, lyres, plurals of lili and re. On the other hand, we should convert X to S when it is only preceded by I without another vowel before it, even though many modern writers still use it. When discussing the verb, we have already made this innovation, converting X in terminations like X, ixes to its S. Regarding the X at the beginning of words and preceded by a consonant, we already said in the preliminaries that it has been replaced by the Spanish syllable A has been added to it. From all this want, from the third conjugation writ, it has moved us to make this reform, having observed that the syllable X not preceded by another vowel is what most confuses reading for our countrymen, and we have considered ourselves authorized to do so, at least regarding verbs of the third conjugation, because the best Catalan grammarian writers use a gras, Egrehissis, vish, visqui, mill, ifontanals, complises, compass, vish, visqui, visca, and even ishka, isks, of ixa, bofaroli, y, blanche, frech, frisca, furs, ferices, ich, is, iska, isku, istorch. It follows that x is written between vowels to represent the Spanish, or rather Latin, sound of this letter, e.g. triexamen, prixim. However, it should be noted that in Valencian there are many words whose pronunciation is almost the same as the previous ones, but do not have an x, such as sexy, axi, and coxy, sind. This letter is also written in syllables x, ix, 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 regardless of the sound they are given according to the regions, with the sole exception of some words where this clearly replaces the x due to grammatical, not etymological reasons, like pays derived from pays, and lilies as the plural of lily. Third, the syllable is not preceded by a vowel will be written with uns, regardless of its origin or pronunciation, except in cases where it sounds clearly like ix in Castilian. Thus we will write patisk, patisca, lis, sis, cisanta, cisans, ix, but they will be written with x, fixar. Mixty, perhaps it should be lixta, and, in our opinion, as an exception, the verb tenses in ixa where the e is suppressed, such ex isti, ixis, ix, tixca, tixquin, out of respect for derivation rules. Fourth, in principle, or at the beginning of a word preceded by a consonant, x is changed to chi in Castilian when it sounds that way, as in chalxal, cosh cox, pancha panxa. Or the syllable I is added according to how it is pronounced, as in ixtiva estitiva, sixona shixona, ixarp exarp, etc. And we believe that with this, except for better suggestions, it is enough for now to put us on the path of normalizing the use of this letter in modern Valencian orthography, which so desperately needs someone to start do something in its favor. Punctuation mark signs, little need be said about almost all of them, as the same laws governing their use in Castilian also apply in Valencian. We shall only discuss the accent and the apostrophe. The first difficulty regarding this point is as follows: what parts of a sentence admit the apostrophe, and which do not. The apostrophe, as defined by the Academy, is a sign or hyphen placed at the highest point of the letter stem with the aim of indicating the omission or elision of a vowel. Little can be said about the accent. The acute accent must conform to what is legislated for Castilian by the Spanish Academy. The grave has already been discussed as used solely to distinguish in written language between n open vowels and the e and o closed vowels. They, for example, be written chasapi and peep, t nigh and teneta, visent and visenteta, do ten and do god, pa rach and padre, menro and mort, aches and cakesu, kafai and canopy. As for its correct use in other parts of the sentence, the following should be observed in the article. In Valencian, this sign should only be used in articles, pronouns, prepositions, and conjunctions, never in other parts of speech. It should not be written as yasta, nos as, si custaven, but rather ya est, nos as, si christaban o sis custaban. Do not write hamenelis or achmintis, casalta nor casalta, but instead es mi entis y casa alta. Never write yata, yahanat or dara entran, but rather ya, an yahanat, darir entron. The plural form els loses the e only when it is preceded by a vowel, e.g. true, controls vents, censals papers, els vechgai, but not when followed, e.g. pru els aragonsos, els dreffens, etc. The masculine ill loses the e, taking the apostrophe when followed or preceded by a vowel, for example, aragans, lamit, infinite, laf, utilitarism, control vent, censal paper, el vecgoe. The h does not prevent this rule. Thus it is written lahabit, laharosmi, lohiprita, lahonrat, lohumel. The feminine form la loses the vowel only when it is followed by another a, with or without an h. For instance, lamistad, la fexi, la habilitat. It should therefore not be written lancianza, la hypocrisa iul honestitat, but lencianza, la hypocrisa la onstat. The plural form never includes an apostrophe. Neither does the neutral article lo in any case. Even when followed by another o, it should always be written low honest. Lowas is to avoid confusion with the masculine. In pronouns, among personal pronouns, an apostrophe is used with me, t. Cl, whether preceded or followed by a vowel, e.g. mahandit, testis, sapara, lasperare, saim trad bis not mirare, nais kaidan al kaidan, disli kolbask. The plural ls, masculine or feminine, only admits the apostrophe when preceded by a vowel, for example, seals tradbis, noles myers, siles encuentros, noles digs res. Other personal pronouns, even the feminine la, should never have an apostrophe. The demonstrative pronouns est, ester. X are usually written with an apostrophe when followed by e in the first person and a in the second. However, we believe it is better to write them always with all their letters. The demonstrative in only allows for the elision of the e when preceded or followed by a vowel with or without h. For example, Jan Tink, known Volk, Tidan, V. Villel Dels, and Akaben Dantra, Enix Capitan Moltz, Man Humilremaug. Of relative pronouns, only qui admits an apostrophe when followed by a vowel, e.g. in possessive words ma, t, sa. The vowel is also elided when followed by another. Today it can be said that this no longer occurs except in the word agella threatifitri with the noun agillo. Though masculine, we apparently combine the female pronoun, because there is no one in the entire realm who says man agello, but mag agello. This is undoubtedly a defective form. But we must tolerate it generally, and is deeply rooted. The plurals ensti, vazaza, nusta, vustra, so tend to be written with an apostrophe when followed by e in masculine, and in feminine, e.g. try elen stronemic lavostramega. We believe this elision can be accepted in these cases, but not in the combination of other vowels, as some usually do. True L, who will go, the one who sings, those who enter, those who leave, whatever is useful, however, before I, O, and you, it is very common to pronounce the E in this relative. Say, example, those who leave, the one who opens, whatever is useful. In who and which the vowel should never be elided. In the conjunction, the only ones that admit an apostrophe are that, and because, e.g., how are you like this? Because I came. In the preposition, til dona dem dec potenters while as families deals amix, sils hanen dot tots. Apostrophes are admitted at the beginning, in, and between, and at the end in of, from, here, against, between, for, and on, but not always and in all circumstances. We believe it would be better to use this sign only in the first for, in, between, of, and from. For the rest, it is better to write them out in full. Regarding the order of preference for the apostrophe between these elements in a sentence, when combined, it can be said that it is the same as we have just studied, thus. In the union of the article with the pronoun or preposition, the vowel of the article is elided, e.g. pa, milduns. All of this humble rendering is subject to correction by expert orthographers. With God's grace, it is done. This is all we can say with Dr. Mill and Fontenel's upon completing our task. One observation to conclude on this sign: we believe that in written language, personal pronouns in the plural followed by the particle and should never be contracted when not attached to a verb. For example, mos in enum, no vos in ixu, as the French write, nas in alans, ni vas in ales pas. However, if one ever wants to do so, it seems to us that mon annum, von and triu should not be written, but rather use the apostrophe in this way, mon annum, von and triu, to avoid confusion. And for this reason my opinion is to conform to custom, writing as well as possible, learning from the writings of good orthographers, and not failing on the main points, for there is much to see in the rest. And these are questions for the most expert in this art. Many other things will become apparent by reading books or writings Valencians, that preventing everything is impossible, though the most accurate part is already there. And regarding Valencian orthography, I have not seen any author or treaty that addresses these observations, which I noted while reading ancient texts in our language. And let us finish this fourth part of our work with the same words that the illustrious Carlos Ros writes at the close of his Praectica de Orthographia. It is true, I say again, that this art of orthography is very difficult. And let them carefully compare the treatises on it, for they will see each writer present curious things different from one another, for each, with the labour of their application, offers good news, and advances discourse by the same principles of the art, which otherwise, if it were an invention outside of them, would not be admitted, nor is there any one now who has such authority, for the age of inventors is over. We have reached the conclusion. What will it be? We think there should be 2 less words in language of first. As we have progressed in organizing these notes, our enthusiasm has waned. That is why, today, as we present them to the public, we want to once again put forth powerful reasons in defense of our work, and nothing seems more fitting than to copy in full. As a final phrase, the same words of so illustrious and respected master, here is how this article ends, which perhaps intentionally has been placed as the final piece in his collection of works by his wise collector. Thank God, we have arrived, using the good words of a poet. Another particular and variable language, that is to say, many different dialects, without taking things too far, represents the way of speaking in each place, as it is already done in certain comical writings, and could be done in a series of books with a very special temperament in a specific territory. A general literature, and if not Catalan, then in no particular way, such as Catalan, Valencian, Balearic, which in substance, as we have said, has been recently restored, and which, with a few variations, was still written throughout the end of the 15th century and the beginning of the 16th, introducing vulgarisms, Latinisms, and foreign words, taking the essence of modern language as it appears to us. The difference between the indicative and subjunctive forms, always following the old rule of choosing the newest from the ancient, and the most ancient from the new, and not wanting to be, like certain Latinists of that time, Hynecci, more Ciceronian than Cicero himself. This system would have its ups and downs, so do the others, but it would bring many literary and philological advantages. Appendice's norm for Valencianization of Castilian words derived from Latin, old age, ancianitat, city, ciutat, freedom, libertat, majesty, majestat, poverty, nestat, unity, unitat, truth, veritat. The Castilian and Valencian voices that come from the same Latin root have such intimate connections that, as a general rule, they only differ in pronunciation and have peculiar terminations specific to each language. Therefore, to Valencianize any Castilian word of Latin origin besides changes in pronunciation, it is enough to change its ending according to the following rules. Castilian words ending in dad and tad end in tat in Valencian, e.g. tro, friendship. In some, very few, of the words ending in d, the first d is usually preserved in pronunciation, for example, bondat, edat, maldat. But this is more a habit of pronunciation than an exception to the rule. Navidad is translated as nadal. Words ending in ol remain unchanged, e.g. pre-angelical. Angelical, arnal, arenal, cathedral, cathedral, devantal. Devantal, mol, virginal, arosal, narangel become arosa, and terancha, col becomes cols, and rosal becomes rosa. Words ending in and lose the final n, e.g. adri, alum, alla, capel, cattle, catal, pan. Pay, adon. Q grant tan and san preserve the end, Juan is pronounced chon. In the last verbs or nouns do not change their ending if they have the same root, e.g. to adore. Adore animate, animate load, load enter, enter speak, speak delicious. Delicious melon. Melon noun the n as is os us, and the n as is os us. Nouns or adjectives usually do not change. Keep in mind that the Spanish zius in Valencian. Nouns and adjectives ending in ave and have often changed their ending to or, e.g. prubird. Bird key. Key class ship. Ship nar branail. Brave branail class grave remains unchanged. Enable, ebel, ibel, ebel do not change in any way by general rule. Mubel makes them bubble. Beato, chatto, datto, flatto, patto, ratto, and retrato retain the o. Lado translates to costat. The n a blow change the o to e, e.g. diablo, diable, establo. Pablo becomes Paul, the endo endinat, e.g. crebagado, a bagat, a patienat, obispat, candidatat, diaconato, diaconat. The NH end in H due to pronunciation. The NO generally lose the last syllable, e.g. Treantiano, answer, Asturiano, Churm, humano, hum, mano, ma, pesano, pesa, republicano, republican, Valencia, dwarf makes small, gypsy, seton, slowly, slowly. The ancestor answer of feminine only changed the seat as due to pronunciation. Abundance, abundantia, science. Scientia, childhood, infantia, prudence. In the case of nouns ending in O, this is lost, e.g. crebank, bank, white, blanc. Free, frant, tooth, dent. Marriage, casement, wind, vent. Nouns ending in ant, ent, and end to lose their last vowel, those ending in ent and ento, except for ambient, conscient, obedient, orient, patient, and pudient, also lose the I, e.g. forward or ahead. Avant, absent, absent. Osent, seizing, sesent, parliament, parliament. Ascending, ascendant. Story does not change. It is also very common to pronounce in Spanish the words accent, surgent, and portento, but these must follow the general rule. Cinto translates to tento. Serious does not change. Those in iria and aurea also open the vowel, e.g. materia, memoria. Old age becomes old. The endings ariorio, oreo, urio lose their o, aereo and oreo open. Additionally, the respective vowel, ending therefore in anrai, e.g. to anniversary. Anniversary, cemetery, cementortoil, oratrai. Serge, siri, mercury, mercury. To Valencianize those in a zo, keep in mind what we said in the analogy when dealing with increased and abundant nouns. Nouns in is and is usually do not change except regarding pronunciation, e.g. true Catalan, Barcelones, marquis, acidity, acidity, azided, honesty, widowhood, widowed, mirror, a spill old. Suffixes in nouns change from ella to ella or ixa. It is difficult to precisely define the law of this different termination, but we observe that those of Latin origin prefer the first. For example, be, abella, srella, air, orla, sheep, ovela, old vela. Yoke, when referring to an agricultural tool, is translated as rella. When referring to a window, sash, as reixa from Latin tegula. Regarding nouns ending in ejo, those few of Latin origin also seek the termination l or ill, for example, apertus. Apparel, counsel, rabbit, canil, vel. For Spanish diminutives ending in ejo and eja, refer to the discussion on analogy, excepting agella, aspula, and egera. The change of j to lil is general in Latin. Derived words, ex dartrupaja, pala, hoja, fulla muja, mulla, 37 words ending in illa, emer, era, isa, eta, eva, and esa generally do not change, but if preceded by the vowel u, they change the diphthong u to ba, extant, sail, vela, bottle, botella, poem, poma, scene, a charnasoda, a mountain woman, mountain, montes, a diedit, nature, naturalista, school, isla, good, build, na, new daughter-in-law, enra, thigsa, cave, si, va. The ones in elo, emo, ero, iso, ito, and evo lose the o also when preceded by u. They change the diphthong to ga, or simply o, if followed by u, e.g. silo, sell, kebel, supreme, penagras, progress, complete, complet, ground, soul, neck, seal, garden, ho, bone, 'tis egg, two, new. Note in the last two the change of v to u, so common in our language. Those in ill remain unchanged. Those in lose the n, e.g. crimson, carmid, and fed, valentine, valenty, violinagonda, agony dea, de theologia, theology et officio, building sacrificio, sacrificio, vice juicio y perjuicio, si transforman and chewy perchui, olvido, forgotten vestido, clothing nido, seconviatum neo, alicantino, alicantian camino, pathfino, fine padrino, godfather vino. Wine words ending in tino nouns tend not to be modified, and if they are, they end in tini. Words ending in ismo replace the o with the eg. Atheism. Atheism, egoism, syllogism. Syllogism words ending in ista, masculine, replace the o with an e. If feminine, they remain unchanged, e.g. artist, cagist, callista modest, malista review, revista organist male, organist female. Organist are words ending in either change the ending to u, e.g. triactive, active cultivate, relative. Sensasin, relatu live, viu olive is translated as a livra, losenon no sulen cambia, piro losu inebiota, excepto in alcohol. Losenon masculinos o femininos, pierden la en, vi, gurk ambition. Aragam, sussen, sizer, dra, leon le. Sensasi, los in onio pierden la lo, final y hasten la abibiota. Los en ono muden, tanto substantivus como adjectivus, similo flor suena con, abiota, fleur. Los in oro pierden lie o final y hasten abiota otra dev, vi, gut coro, chura. In oat, the ending changes to ganti with an open o for gift diet, islet, isda. In ud, the d in words changes to a teat, e.g. gratitude youth. Choventet. Old age, senectet. Virtue. Virtut. Oro. A demoro haes emvro, torosi traduce bu, loro, no cambia, piro is menos Valenciano papagol. Los in oso pierden leo final, los in oso no cambian differentia notable, los substantivus de estes terminations hasten lav abiota, los adjectivus serrada anxi substantivum vigra, colossus, colospend, spousal, rest, reposal, thing, thingy, wife, wedded, rose, rose, loving, lovable, lovely, religious, religious woman, religious. Bear translates to also, so remains unchanged. Musician, twilight, twilight. Words ending in udo also end with ut, for example, keen. Agut, mute. Mut rudo and saludo remain unchanged. Nudo becomes nuck. Crudo, crook or better cru, since the feminine is cruo. Viudo does not end in Valencian with udo, but with giudo, as we accent the e. Inero, uso and u to the o, is lost. Huso becomes fuss and luto, dagarel. Apuro, duro coin and puro cigarette remain the same. Duro and puro adjectives follow the general rule de, per. Esdrajulos ending in o with a penultimate vowel of I, or you lose their final o, for example, a habit, habit. Staff, centime, centim. Credulous, credle, mystical, mystic, titled. Teriad, periel, label. The diphthongy in words originally having only e in Latin loser Valencianized, for example, sigi lum, seal, serelm, feero, efro, fel, heel, infernus, infierno, infern. Words ending in logo have the Valencian suffix elec, as demonstrated by the two words in this group, most commonly used by the people tilec, astralec. In general, Spanish words 38 ending in a do not change their suffix when pronounced gravely. Those ending in e or o lose their vocal. Sharp words ending in a consonant change only due to pronunciation. D becomes t. Z becomes v and j become u, and lo after the vocal following them is suppressed. N is suppressed not only when final in Spanish, but also when it becomes final through suppression of the vocal that formed a syllable with it. Sometimes, especially in suffixes ending in, it changes to m. Nieto, net, pes, pi, petra, pedra, siemper, siemper, tempus, tiempo, tetera, tierra, barbutsies, tira, tibaf, to be most advertical estos, Camden Lows, iun iao occurren tambia in losagos tiempos disfelanos condiciontos cacastequintimo, kikos colas voces antiolas voces antiramid citadas, thunternaker gea syllables zitiramid citadas, consost, twist, die. Die, gradverto, I warn, advertise, refer to, refer, feel, compt. With these rules, but without pushing them to excess, since there are many exceptions, we believe there is enough for a person of good judgment to be guided in the adaptation to our language of voices from Castilian Spanish derived from Latin. How long still? In regard to pronunciation, let us not forget what we have said elsewhere, that the syllables g change to chi, the j in Latin, derived vowels becomes lel in Arabic, derived ones. X, the syllable za, si zo, zu becomes sas, si, so, su. Their inverse is as, is os become as. Is the final d becomes t sometimes, even in the middle of words. The initial h in eft, the initial l in ill, and the final tends to be silent. 39 to the Valencian writers, you may get angry, and I will regret it. But I believe that the time has come to speak the great truth, and since this truth cannot be spoken by any of you, because all have sinned, someone who is neither writer nor has been won, or ever could be won, must come to throw the first stone, and what difference does it make if that someone is me or anyone else, as poor in faculties and hopes as my obscure self? and this truth which you all have in your chest, but no one dares to express, is the following. The anarchy that prevails in the field of Valencian literature is absurd, incomprehensible, and unprecedented in any literature worldwide. In fact, a written language that has notable writers in all branches possesses two completely different grammars, with absolutely distinct orthographies, and is entirely at odds in terms of analogy, syntax, and even prosody is so rare, so abnormal, that merely stating it suffices for the gravity of such disorder to become immediately apparent. The only way to mark a division of camps can be done in the field of literary genres. And this is not the worst. There were at least two grammars, two well-defined schools, vying for the cultivation of our beautiful language. But what is grave in the case is that between the two we might call extreme schools, there is such a gradation of tones, such a conglomeration of hybridizations, that we believe it impossible to classify them and even to put in order, however roughly, the myriad anomalies and contradictions that even a layman can discover upon studying our modern literature. But it is even more anomalous and strange than what we have just said, that among those who dedicate themselves to the cultivation of our language, there are no supporters of this or that school. There are no genuine defenders or enthusiastic attackers of this or that grammar, although references to this subject do still appear from time to time, most often in a festive style. There are no personalities who publicly and decisively take sides in this or that camp. Everyone, great and small teachers and beginners, genuine literati and more or less happy aficionados on their excursions to Parnassus, all use both systems equally, and all equally contribute to the perpetuation of anarchy and make its remedy seem ever more distant. So that the first is the clothing with which Valencian literature dresses itself to show itself to the common mortal, leaving the second reduced to a kind of sacred language, like that of the ancient Egyptian priests, accessible only to the initiated. And it is so that dramas awarded in the floral games of rat pennant to reach the press or the theatre have had to be translated into modern Valencian, that is, enter what we have previously called Castilian school. And until when will this state of affairs continue? If we call the two schools that compete for the dominance of our literature Castilian and Catalan, and let it be known that we do not consider these appellations appropriate, but since we need to give them some name for mutual understanding, we believe these can serve perfectly, as they convey a fairly clear idea of their respective tendencies. We can say that the dramatic genre and festive journalism, the only one with life in our literature, despite generous but unfortunate efforts from serious journalism, align with the first, while the lyrical genre in its various manifestations and history, represented by some memories, biographies, etc., barely manage to emerge from the protective shadow cast by low rat pinnet, since, in order to cure any disease, the first step is to know it. Let us briefly indicate the most salient points of the issue. Must all Valencians simply cross their arms, and let such a mess continue to escalate, until philology, already powerless to unravel it, erases our language from the catalogue of cultured and written languages? Must we not even try to remedy this great injustice as best we can? We will focus almost exclusively on spelling, as the other parts of grammar are subject to more variations depending on the era and region, and we believe that more space, study, and experience are needed to address them with some success. Bonilla and Baldovi, or someone earlier than them, we do not know, nor does it matter, but it was done, it was accepted and continued by writers of undisputed merit, and today it is a fait accompli. In the school that we have called Catalan, three distinct groups can be identified: the archists, the true Catalanists, and the neo-limons. We call archists those who seek to write Valencian as it was written in the 15th century. It is undoubted that until this century, Valencian has been written with its own spelling, that is, with the ancient Lemosine spelling, more or less pure and perfect, according to the times and according to the enlightenment and interests of each writer. and it is also undoubted that currently we find ourselves with two completely different spellings at the disposal of those who wish to write in Valencian, two equally legal and respected spellings, which equally put the novice writer in a bind, since both have already acquired so many and so different authorities that one can say here with the greatest propriety in the world, and forgive my irreverence, that every little master has his little book. Who is responsible for this innovation? Those unfamiliar with our modern literature might think us exaggerating, for there is no one in Castile today brave enough to write like Juan de Mena or the Marquis de Santillana. It is not difficult to find in modern writings Chaw, Quadro, Quentu Lunyar, Venerable Rilm, Regina, Inimic, Palpebra, Puix, Car, because Suasiwa, Null, Basta, font from the verb sir, Tramata, Embalmer, Galicianism. The numerals one seasons, Dotsons, etc., and other thousand whose repetition and selection intentionally prove the truth of our assertion. Yet what is said is true in every reaction. Like every revolution, there are strong spirits who, driven by their activity and love for their ideal, inadvertently and sometimes against their will cross boundaries that prudent evolution demands they respect. Thus, among us, there are those who fill their writing with archaisms, not out of ignorance or negligence, but with certain knowledge and conviction that this best serves the rebirth of our language. Of those we call proper Catalanists, we could very well not concern ourselves in this article. Although they are called Valencia writers, they are governed by Catalan dictionaries, grammars and models, and do not change John or sell Papelona, Dinter, Alter, Certa, Exica, Agea, Jura, etc., Fada, Padel, Paloma, Dins, Ater, Itcher, Ixa, Alxar, and Jatar, although they give them feathers. Some of these believe and say it frankly that Valencian and Catalan literature should be one and the same. And we finally call them Neo-Lemosines, those who, following the old Lemosine grammar, nevertheless comply with certain philological innovations of our people, while striving to adapt them to grammatical rules and precepts. If the few, although generally good, who form this group could come to an agreement, as they are not at all, and dedicate themselves to the task of catechist, perhaps in a short time they could do more than they themselves believe. Serving as a centres, they occupy the middle term to which the extreme groups could converge, each renouncing, in the name of patriotism, the impediments of routines and scepticism that prevent them from approaching each other. And now we come to the most painful part of this matter, that is, we are going to deal with what we call the Castilian school. They belong to this school, as we have previously stated, all dramatic works and the periodic press, and their adherents aim to write Valencian, as it is spoken today. They started by suppressing the Valencian J and G, replacing them with the Spanish ch, and wrote Maichana. Lech, chu, they suppressed the final ake, and wrote Vic. Poct, they changed the s and c for sanai for yin, as in Dansena Riza once. Kana, say all, and have not replaced the v with b, writing Valencia and Bisant, because no one, without a doubt, has occurred to them that it is an inconsistency and a lack of logic to do so. It said, grammatical crimes such as tinonziet, marimat, senanum, sequidum, sarmacularet, etc. They should have stopped here their innovations, but as in the intellectual order, just like in the physical one, it is not always easy to stop the movement, where and how you want. They were so determined to speak like the people that they have ended up speaking like the common crowd. Proof of this is any Valencian comedy or newspaper, and they will not take long to find voices such as Ascanzengia, Ascamantenement, etc. Honestly, gentlemen, that is not writing as you speak. That is simply writing badly. And above all orthographic barbarisms, like Diro, Firo, instead of Diro, Farho, Madonat, Sadit, for Madonat, Sadit, no feo, no fair for no ho fe, or no hufa, if you prefer, de tres pesits for da tres pesits, and 1,000 more to give a very poor idea of those who use them. Is there anyone who, speaking in Spanish, does not say, for example, "Tell her this night I will remember, if I do not forget? And will there be anyone who considers himself educated who writes it that way? For why, when writing in Valencian, do people feel authorized to do whatever they please? Is it that even without written grammars, is there not in every moderately educated man a grammar we could call intuitive, born of common sense, and cultivated good taste? One might ask, in our opinion, it is simple. It is therefore of great importance to remedy this chaos, if we do not want to risk that, over time, it becomes natural among us, and we end up so accustomed to it that it seems the most natural thing in the world. And what is that remedy? Among other solutions that Congress could offer to the conflict, we suggest the following two first. Call for whoever has the authority to do so, be it Lorat, Penat, or the Society of Friends of the Country, or the Ateneo, or the local press directors, or anyone, to a great Congress of Valencianists, where all schools and all opinions can be present, since fortunately these issues have not yet heated up spirits. Let everyone go there guided by love for the homeland and for letters, and let them agree on making that Congress a sort of ecumenical council that defines the dogma of our literature. To this those who love the old ways will object that such a drastic change is too sudden, and the innovators will tell us that precisely in spelling and clear speech lies the difficulty for the people. Relating traditions to the needs of the time, that is, acknowledging as legitimately Valencian certain Spanish phrases and words that it is now very difficult, if not impossible, to eradicate from our language, for example, edios, palace, lip, then, so after, until, perhaps, elevate, madman, charity, shelter, bishop, eringsh, flarent, template, earthquake, cradle, and many others that it would be impossible to list, and making concessions regarding Spanish syntax that has already almost completely dominated our language, but preserving our own spelling, and Valencianizing as much as possible the words we accept from other languages. We will respond to the first group, who, considering the continuous progress and natural evolution of languages, would not consider it a great concession for us, as in reality no official innovations have been recognized for our language in many centuries. And to the second group, we will simply remind them of what our immortal Ariart said. Let him who works for the public know that perhaps he blames the populace in vain. For if he is given straw, he eats straw, but when they give him grain, he eats grain. It seems to us that we can hear some purists exclaiming, "No, never. Transposing with such innovation would be a crime and a baseness. It would be bending before a schism, before a heresy, non-possumus." What are we to do, gentlemen? Accepting the done facts and forming two different grammars, one pure, scholarly, which could be Catalan, and we save the effort of creating a new one that would ultimately be almost the same, with which we can help, within our means, in the Renaissance of Lemonson, and remember our ancient literary glories, and another popular Valencian, transposing with ch, s, and d, but creating a true body of doctrine with fixed and precise rules that make impossible the constant slips we make when trying to write something in our modern language, and unifying, by legalizing, the trends of a school that perhaps represents the manifestation of genuine needs of the time. We can answer them. The fact is that this heresy is already established, and although this may not be the time to discuss the theory of established facts, which can be both immoral and prudent, mankind has already compromised with so many of them in all areas that even if there is one more transaction, what does it matter to the world? In short, in one way or another, with this or that solution, we believe that the truly necessary, urgent, and inexcusable thing is to do something, but something that is done quickly, rapidly, and easily. High in the mountains it occupies a valley of marvels that cheers up the noisy passage of a stream bordered with willows, changing into strange forms gathered on the slopes, with its head on a prominent castle of dark green trees and the rocks between the sands of the pounding torrent. If you do so, God will reward you, and if not, he will demand it from you. A pena galosa goes a little village, which is a gem so high that to get there is a very difficult task, and it's quite something annoying that it is so far away, since the sea has endowed it with light, perfumes, and harmonies, that more than a breeze of hurries it is an enchanted Eden. Far below, the view reaches not knowing what to admire more, so precious and charming is what is seen in the distance. As spring advances, the nightingale makes its nest there, and before summer arrives the blackbird, and the chinstone dress the mountains and forests, fields and river, and below a transparent blue sky, more blue than a fairy's eyes, shines the green of the trees like an emerald from the east. And in this perfumed atmosphere of the day, at dawn one can hear the whispers of a dance by sylphs and houris to the music of 1,000 songbirds. It is great, altogether admirable from that valley to the very end. Everything is an eternal feast of riches beyond compare, profuse and inexhaustible. Like a river of love overflowing, full of gifts, has made it Mother Nature. No one can give more beauty together with greater fertility.
But alas!
It is November. The day is ending. The sun sends its last kisses to the valley from the peak of the Sword Mountain range, and far away in the plains the miller's bathers, they seem like dark, shadowy mountains with their slopes veiled in darkness. That same valley, too, rich in perfumes and ever changing, among so many brilliant flowers, has the nettle and the maiden. It must show a fact that I had not suspected for a long time, and as I know that it is not written, and is most worthy of memory, I want to tell you such a story. Listen to what happened. The wary heart begins to revolt, the throat complains within the thicket, and the sharp, metallic cry of the grill is heard, while through the vast expanse light vanishes, twilight extinguishes its stained rocks, and its star-studded cloak blankets the night. In the direction of the village, a bell rings in some mysterious language. It asks for rest for those who return from the fields, seeking their homes, and little by little shadows dissipate. Voices and lights and noises fade away as night's empire begins to rise. Venus, the white Venus, the candid star that still bears that name, that false pagan deity of impure love, seems like a sacred lament, hanging like 1,000 threads of silver from the heavens, a holy whale enchained before the eternal sanctuary where the Creator rests. Deserted lies everything at day's end. Weary from the heat, old and young alike are guided to sleep, and even the dog curls up and the cock falls asleep. All is shadow and silence in mountains and plains. Everything shudders under the west wind. Life hangs suspended, nature sleeps. But no, in the shadow there was a mystery. Down the path from the village to the cemetery 2 silent figures walked on shortly. As the moon illuminated them, we saw that the pair walking there were 2 poor little ones crying. One of them showed the happy state in which she still felt pure and beautiful to be a woman's beginning, both physically and morally, and even though it was so rainy, her gaze revealed between sadnesses the sacred light that her spirit radiated as she thought and felt. The other, poor creature, was so small that she had to make her own way in life and rest her weary limbs from time to time. So on the path they went, embracing each other, trembling and silent orphans, seeking their mother who must be there. From the cemetery they arrived at the door together, but inside, alas, she was dead, and could not rise to welcome them into her arms. "Mother, mother," cried the little girl. "Mother." The other one said sadly, her voice echoing in response, "I would never have thought it that you want bread, my child, you cried for. How could I if all day long nobody gave us anything? How can you want to be strong, daughter, if you are like a little girl? In the branches she sits, sad and dejected, the old woman, and in her arms the smallest of them all. She shivers with cold, crying out, and says to her sister, 'I'm hungry, Marietta, I want bread.' And with persistence, as if a little child, she repeats without rest, 'I want bread, I want bread.' Her sister looks at her sadly. She kisses her affectionately, and her eyes are filled with tears. Her gaze is lowered to the ground, her brow furrowed. Later she raises her tired look and slowly examines the wide field as if in a daze, and answers the little girl who is crying, You're hungry? What will I give you if, feeling almost dead, you go from door to door, and they don't give you anything? To avoid work, our father went away at a bad time. Disaster swallowed him up in these mountains, and there, on another land, he died of sorrow. A few moments later, the troubled sea working so hard to make us suffer, wasting her health and laden with sorrow, life so wearying I could not bear it. And when we were left alone, without partners, love, or home, fallen from the nest, without wings, weak and tiny, what do we have to hope for? She says between kisses to her little one, against his chest, she consoles him, sad embrace, and makes him, so he can sleep, a bed in her arms later. For the brilliant star, the pink crystals turn the twisted branch into a palace of diamonds at its kiss. Life revives on land and sea, everything wakes up. Birds leave their nest and plant harmonies in the air with light. Songs and joy, everything awakens, everything smiles. Pressing their cheeks in tear-soaked embraces, the orphans remain there huddled together, silent and united in strong hugs. Dawn begins to clarify the day, and advances towards sunrise. In the east the sun, high up in the firmament, sends its first rays. The lofty gloomy vault folds its starry veil, and when the last star disappears on the horizon, it leaves the sun a bed of foam, and fills land and sea with light. Only the unfortunate children do not smile on a new day, nor do they wake up, nor revive at the kiss of the sun, for they are white, bleached, dead, like a group of carved marble. Sitting together against the wall, miserably scorched, are the two orphaned ones, dead from hunger and hardship, one published under the title Cus Tandem. In the Almanac de las Provincias, Province Almanac of 1887, and I transcribe it at the end of this book, so as not to repeat anything said there. 3. It is not meant to say that every time it is worn, the E is open. 2. The mission of laying the first stone in this matter needs to be one and only, so the prudent reader will undoubtedly understand and forgive the continuous and immodest display of my humble personality throughout this book, where no one sees the surnames Bou and Pardo preceded by the treatment N, which is equivalent to modern Don or Seor, and we go too far in. 4. And since we have the opportunity, we want to say that in this regard, Valencians are often as extreme as in many other things, limiting ourselves to public affairs that concern everyone equally, as we do not like to personalize. We might say that we are negligent when writing street names such as Embu, Empado, etc. It is very useful to study etymologies, but not so bold that one can see their brains. 5. See what we say about the apostrophe in orthography. 6. Do not confuse them with those in alt. 7. Some say Liz. We do not think it is appropriate. Being wise when talking about tros, alt, even assuming that this is the true etymology of the word tozel, which we will be very careful not to assert. We should change, applying the same procedure, the words portal, finestral, and veral to portalta, finestra alta, and vara alta. Even in Castilian, the same should be done with window, portal, etc. 10. Regarding the misuse of these pronouns, see what we say in syntax when discussing solecism. 8. Some say lis. We do not think it is appropriate. 9. Someone may object that mosatros is also said instead of nosotros, but note that while more than half of the kingdom pronounces nosotros, hardly anyone says nos in all of it. 11. As we mentioned in the preliminaries, when discussing the letter V, in Catalonia and the Valencian regions, where this letter is pronounced, one says haver and not haber. Additionally, note that in French it is written avor, and in Italian avere. We will discuss this in the spelling when treating of the X13. In these verbs, as in the others that follow, we note only the persons in which they have irregularity. In all the rest they are conjugated in regular forms. To 12 missing for the first, and only time from our purpose of not making any reform in the popular spelling of our language, we change the X so that the innovators preserve in the present forms of this conjugation. Since the object of the new spelling is to facilitate reading, we believe it is easier to read patis, patis, patits written with than with ex cri. We are encouraged by making this innovation to see that the Italians write in flusco, offerisco, et so. 14. The verbs ser and estar in Valencian are now completely distinct, each with its own specific meaning as in Spanish, and they should never be confused. Previously, the first used in certain cases as a substitute for the second, as in Catalonia, and this is not very old, as many Valencians still respond when asked, for example, "And your father?" with "He's fine." 18. This modification must be very recent, as many older people still use that ending. And do you have sisters or brothers? They are few. 15. See what was said about the verb have. 16. This verb should not have an imperative form, but due to phrase incidents, it sometimes forms a kind of imperative. 17. We will return to this in the orthography. 19. In certain phrases, mainly interrogative and dubitative, this adverb is equivalent to something or nothing, e.g. true. Do you know anything about it? 20. It will not be amiss to point out here that the Castilian interjections God, lev God, and I vow to God, which is not uncommon to see in printed books, sound so bad when translated into Valencian that only those with a very low moral level use them. Nos in ixu, which, after suppressing the n and u from the pronouns, become a bis in entrum. 21. We do not want to leave the Valencians of the capital without immediate defence. It can be understood, without much effort, that the abusive forms animsen and nusen were originally contractions of the legitimate enamins, in and nuus in. When the pronouns ins and us were used, even today, when they are completely out of use, perhaps such a contraction could be admitted in the aforementioned forms, and even in some more violent ones, as long as the sentence includes the particle in. For example, bins in antrum, nos in ixu, pero di estu adisasi palum o sequidiu, veona distantia inti mensa crimos, por lo tanto, cudiben proscribers estus formas, an in los casos dudosos, para evitar abusos. 21. Observas in, he publos don los finels and si suavisen tanto, cosuinen como ci suiv tots iguals, lo linto chiguals. 23. Nota bini aqua, as desar in la nine medio didixion, no ponet ta terricalos ros. 24. If the mission of bells, letters, and particularly poetry, is to speak to the heart rather than to the head, it is undeniable that a written work, however good or inspired, will not evoke emotion in the reader unless it is composed in a language that the reader uses ordinarily to express their feelings and passions. For the outbursts of affection do not admit of prior individual translation. As scientific ideas can be acquired, any lover of knowledge can undoubtedly study the most abstruse scientific problems in a foreign language they understand moderately, but no one, however sensitive, will experience true aesthetic emotion by reading about love in a language that is not their mother tongue, or the language they speak with their partner, siblings, or children. In Valencia, the illustrated classes speak in Castilian, because that has been their domestic language for a long time. But the popular classes remain illiterate literarily in terms of sentiment, because here works that speak to the soul are written in Castilian or Catalan, which is nothing other than literary Limosin, languages that do not reach the heart of the people, but rather pass through the brain for analysis and translation. And it is said that when we say people, we refer to many of those who sit on the benches of the university, seminary, and other superior schools. 25. See the preliminaries or study of the Valencian alphabet. 26. Missart. Estorch, in his grammar of the Catalan language, states that the imperfect tenses and the verb haver should be written with B, but adds in a note that the ancients constantly wrote them with. This note reduces his precept to a mere personal opinion, highly debatable as it opposes established rules of usage. It is therefore necessary, in the interest of our people's education, to put an end to the anomaly that only familiar language is used in satirical and festive works, to the point that it has become generally believed that Valencian serves no other purpose. As a proof to the contrary, I intended to publish in this book some of the most heartfelt compositions by our best poets, such as La Barraca or Lo Rosari de la Viuda by Laurent, and L'Elbat by Lombard, previously translated by me. But I have not dared to lay my unworthy hand on the work of the masters. Nevertheless, at least to open the way for others, I have translated a poem of mine, Les Orphanets, awarded in the Juigos Florals, and insert at the end of the book. The reader may lose, but the argument can gain in force, because if this pleases, how much more with the others? More modern grammars than Estorches write haver and mother, without even questioning the use of V. See the grammar by Mr. Beauforel and Blanche, and the studies on the Catalan language by Dafter Mill I. Fontenals. 27. We give these adverbs as derived from und. IBU. We should not enter into etymological discussions in a book intended for the general public. 28. It is easy to understand that the I in Rabia is just as consonant as the L or R in Dobler and Abe. 29. For the I followed by X. See this letter further on. 30. We only use the syllable U in words foreign to our language, such as Ute, Gayuba. 31. However, we believe that nothing would be lost if we pronounced them this way for those of us who grew up in areas where the three soft consonants, ch, s, and v, are pronounced. It is a pity that these letters, which give such sweetness to our language, are being lost. 32. Complete works of Dr. D. Manuel, Mill Y. Fontenals, collected by Dr. D. Marcelino Menion Desi Paleo, Volume I. 33. Note that the same thing happens in the transformation of Setibis into Exativa, Sirupus into Xarp, and Seringa into Xeringa. 34. The number 6. Dix are pronounced cis. It is 35 what is said on page 47. 36. See these later, at the end of this article. 37. The Valencian translation of woman is Diona. Muller actually means wife. They are equivalent to the Italian words Dun and Mogley.
Table of contents chap.
38. Don't forget throughout this study we are always talking about an origin voices. 39. See the first note in the prologue 1. 40. See the note on page 138-24. End of the project Gutenberg, e-book of Apuntis para una, gram tica Valencian popular, I José Nebot Pérez.
Apuntis baronogram, tica Valenciana popular, Nebot Pérez. José notes for a popular Valencian grammar by José Nebot Pérez from the optional body of archivers, librarians and antiquaries Valencia, printed by Rep. Paulia de Molina, 1894, copyright of the author. U singular plural dative, usum for us them, accusative, or them, ablative, d n per without us them, second person singular, masculine and feminine nominative, you, genitive, dative, to you for you, accusative, you singular plural, you plur, formal vocative, if you polite plural singular masculine, nominative, he genitive, of him dative, to you singular plural, for you singular plural accusative, you singular plural or to plur, formal vocative, you plural formal ablative, from, in, by, without you singular plural nominative, you polite plural genitive, else genitive, from the mass, in, by the masks, without them singular female or nominative, she genitive, over dative, to her, for her accusative, her ablative, from her, in her, by her, without her ablative, dien and per, without ella, plural feminine nominative, habia, we, haviem, you haviers, would be, gerund, have not, participle, has been past perfect, indicative present I am, we are, you singular are, you plural are, he, she is they are, imperfect past I was. Of the verb have 11, this auxiliary verb also has active and impersonal characteristics. Indicative mode present I, he or yo, he, you, has, he, she. Impersonal, we, hammer, have 'em, you all, how, or have you, they, an impersonal high, imperfect past I was, we were, you singular were, you plural were, be you, be, follow him, he, she was, they were, future simple I will be, we will be, you singular will be, you plural will be, he, she will be, they will be, Imperative, let us be. We. Venom, you plur. Come, heishi, comes. They came. Past imperfect and was coming. We came. You sing, come. You plur, come. Heishi was coming. They came. A present perfect and came back, went to sell or have sold. You sing. They will come. Future simple, they will come. Suffer them. Future imperfect and had come. We had come. You sing, had come. You plur, had come. Heish, had. They had come. Pluperfect and will come. We will come. You sing, will come. You plur, will come. He will come. Pachet, they packed dan. Future perfect. Yai will have suffered. We harum patit. You singular, haras patit. You all haru patit. He shate har patit. They haran patit. You will suffer. Imperative, suffer we. Suffer you. Suffer they. We would suffer and we would endure. Suffer in the present subjunctive and. Suffer you. Suffer they. Suffer they. Past imperfect and. I would suffer and I would endure. You would suffer and you would endure. Hesh would suffer and Heshi would endure. And futuro simple pedra, pedrus, pedrum, pedrum. Pedriu, pedran. Vimos al effecto la conjugación de estos tres verbos. Pie, drent indicativo, pie prentri, pie rats, piran, pirtu, perdu, puritan. Prete, ritu imperfecto, perdias, perdia, perdiem, perdiu, perdiem. Pretia, ritu perfecto, pergu, pergirus, pergai. Pergai rem, pergeru. Pergerin. Past perfect, prometi, prometes, prometi, promet rem, prometeriu, prometerin. Imperative, prometu, prometa el, prometum, prometiu, prometin. Present subjunctive, prometa, prometes, prometa, promet, prometiu, prometin. Past imperfect, prometera and prometria, prometers and prometrias, prometera, antura, antrum, prometra, prometerio and prometra, you prometerin and prometerin. Imperfect future, naxas, naxa, naxrum, naxrum, naxeriu, naxrin. Participle, naxgut. Those in naxa and exa are very irregular. Most of them conjugate as follows. Present indicative, nax, naxes, nax, naxum, naxiu, naxum. Past imperfect, nax, is, naxa, naxiu, naxian. Perfect past, naxkud, naxquias, naxkoi, naxquirem, naxqueru, nay. Imperative, nax to, naxkel, naxquum, naxquiu, naxquin. Present subjunctive, naxka, naxcav, naxca, naxquiu, naxquin. Imperfect, priter, naxquira, y, naxuria, naxquias, y, naxurias, naxquira, y, naxeta, naxquil, remem, y, naxuriem, naxquiu, y, naxiu, naxrin, y, naxian. Infinitive, axa, gerund, naxen. Amai, exa, conae, pari, and pai, axa, with their compound verbs considerably from the conjugation of other verbs in the group. Example, present indicative, conex. One conex is conex, conexum, conexiu, conexon. Imperfect preterite, conexa, conex as nex, conex m, conexiu, conexian. Perfect preterite, conigers, conigor rem, conegaru, conegaran. Jaran, future dura, duras, durum, duro, duran, dan. Imperative dust to, duga el, dug, dugio, dugin. Present subjunctive duga, dugus, duga, dum, duguyu, dugin. Past imperfect, dugera y duria, dugeras y duris, dugara y durda, duga rem y durum, dugariu y duriu, dugerin y duren. Infinitive, durigi, to endure. Participle, open or uncover. Open has the following irregularities: present indicative, obric, obris, ubrai, abram, briu, brub, brin. Past, perfect, obris, obligurem, oguriu, obligurin. imperative te, bri, te, do. Obliga el ebreo obligumos, briu obligad, dabren. Present subjunctive oblige, obliges, open, opened oblige. We will therefore limit ourselves to creating a comparative vocabulary of them so that Valencian speakers can easily apply the rules governing Castilian adverbs. Time adverbs antire. After. Yesterday, yesterday, today. Now, tomorrow, the day after yesterday past. The day after tomorrow now. At the moment before. In advance. Earlier, after, later. After finishing late. Late, early. Inchon. Pronto. Siempre, sempre. Nunca. No puede. Jammers. Ya. Mientras. Tadavian. Encara. Kinando. Gaino. Hogo, hoi. Until. Instances levers, ac. As. Oh, arriba, amant. Hatia as. Hatia acud ins abajo. Abajo avo, in front. There, of manner, good. Be. Hatia al in. Atras rear. Circa prop. Detras darir. Legios, lunt. Adelan event, dondi, old, delavan, davant, dentro, dins encima, daman, furef, ra, pru, good ben, too much, possibly, perhaps, it might be, bad, mal, how, which, sam, thus, scarcely, only hurry, appraise, space, ispay, intently, clearly, clar, well, abundantly, malament, of quantity vary, mole, ben, nothing, res, no res, much, molt, almost, cassi, little, pazaka, how much, cuant, enough, massa, of comparison more, mess, less, menos mes, manco, better, miller, so picker, such, tant, how much, cuant, orders firstly, subsequently, lastly, affirmatively, yes, certainly, also, effectively, no, neither, nor, nothing ever, da perhaps, maybe. Chapter V on these sins of Valencian prepositions equivalent to those in Castilian are as follows. Below, bakes, with, in, ab, against, off, from, in, between, towards, head, caba, cap, gap, packer, angelical, arenal, cathedral, devantal, mal, virginal, arosal and naranjal become arosa and tarancha, call becomes calls and rosal becomes rosa, until, fins, for, by, according to seconds, words ending in and lose the final n, e.g. adre, alamen, capel, capetal, cattle, cata, pan, the inner blow changed the O to E, e.g. diablo, diable, estable. Pablo becomes paw. The anado end in at, e.g. abogado, abogat, apasianat, obispado, obispat, candidato, candidat, diaconate, chato, dato, flato, pato, rato, and retrato retain the O. Lado translates to costat, marriage, casement, wend, vent. Nouns ending in anti, ent and ento lose their last vowel. Those ending in ent and ento, except for ambient, conscient, obedient, orient, patienty, and pudient, also lose the I, E, G, tra, forward or ahead, avangent, absent, ceasing, cessant, parliament, ascending, ascendant. Serious does not change. Those in iria and aurea also open the vowel, e.g. materia, memoria. Old age becomes old. The endings ario, irio, oreo, ureo lose their o, irio and oreo open. Additionally, the respective vowel ending therefore in anrai, dry, e.g. anniversary, anniversary, cemetery, oratoria, orat, rai, siri, See, Mercury. To Valencianize those in Azo, keep in mind what we said in the analogy when dealing with increased and abundant nouns. Nouns in is usually do not change except regarding pronunciation. Idra, Catalan, Barcelons, Marquis, acidity, acided, honesty, honored, widowhood, widowed, mirror, esbil, old, bottle, botella, botellum, Parma, scene, Asina, Carnazera, mountain woman, Montes Dieta, nature, naturalisa, school, Esla, good, Bina, new daughter-in-law, Enra, thick, Grotza, cave, Sivai. Yoke, when referring to an agricultural tool, is translated as rella. When referring to a window, sash, as reixa, from Latin tegula. Regarding nouns ending in ejo, those few of Latin origin also seek the termination l or ill. For example, apparatus, apparel, counsel, consel, rabbit, cunil, excepting agela, espuela, and egera, ground, cell, neck, cla, garden. The ones in elo, emo, iro, iso, ito, and evo lose the o. Also, when preceded by u, they change the diphthong to u or simply o. If followed by u, e.g. tracillo, cell, hair, supreme, baker, Panada, progress, complete, complete, violin, agonidia, de telogia, ecograt, bone, des, toe, Note in the last two the change of v to u, so common in our language. Those in ill remain unchanged. Those in lose the n, e.g. to crimson. Kami, end. Fi Valentine, violin, fine padrino, godfather vino. Theology officio, building sacrificio, sacrifice vicio. Vice juicio, y pejuciusi transformen in chu y pachui. Olvido, forgotten vestido. Clothing nidosi conviert in niu. Alicantino, Alicantian camino, pathfinon. Organist of words ending in ivo change the ending to u, e.g. active. Active cultivat. Culti relative. Syllogism words ending in ista, masculine. Replace the o with an e. Feminine, they remain unchanged, e.g. artist. Artist kegist. Exista lis. Modest. Modista review. Revista organist male. Organist female. Sensation. Relate you live. Viu olive is translated as olivera. Sinol no sulin cambia pyrolida excepto embi alcohol. Losanon masculinos o femininos. Pierden line v. Gra tramtree. Ambicine. M. Ambici. Arrogant. Araj. Sisa. Dragon. Drag. Leon. Lilla. Colossal. Husband, spousal, rest, reposal, thingy, wife, roided, rose, loving, lovable, lovely, religious woman, religious, bear translates to also, so remains unchanged. In Oat, the ending changes to a with an open o, for example, gift dot islet. In the D in words changes to a tgg crew, gratitude, choventet, old age, senectet, virtue, virtut, musician, twilight, Esther, Julos ending in O with a penultimate vowel of I, or lose their final O, for example, but habit, staff, centum, credulous, mystical, mystic, title, period, label, gotru, adverto, I warn, advertise, refer to refer, refeel, feel, comfort, table of contents, chat, Apunus baronogram, tic of alem, Siena popular nabapa, res, José notes for a popular Valencian grammar by José Nebot Pérez from the optional body of Archivers, Librarians and Antiquaries Valencia, printed by Ripolla's Mara de Molina to 1894, copyright of the author. Net, Pez, Pieto, Pio, Petra, Pedra, Tempra, Semper, Tempus sera. Tierra BCS TF rara T the tembiub esel dabimos adverb estos cambios los degos unio criminals tiers tempus erbos castellanos conditions eternal egils classversus antirmongissions rerum citadis. Tempissimus tempus custa biut curve ef Gehen tam leffens dip tam and if you will you gelaufen to us them for us them macchiazo them ablative d n per without us them second person singular masculine and feminine nominative you genitive of you dative to you for you accusative you singular plural or you plur formal vocative, you singular plural dative, else, genitive, of you polite plural singular masculine nominative, he genitive, of him dative, to you singular plural, for you singular plural accusative, you singular plural or to you plur, formal vocative, you plural, formal ablative, from, in by, without you singular plural nominative, you polite plural genitive, from the mass, in the mass, by the mass, without singular female, nominative, she genitive, of her dative, to her, for her accusative, her ablative, from her, in her, by her, without her ablative, the en per, without ella, plural feminine nominative, haber, we, haviem, you, havies, of the verb have 11, this auxiliary verb also has active and impersonal characteristics, indicative mode present I, he or yo he, you, has, hish, a impersonal higher, we, ham or havem, you all, how or have you, they, an impersonal highen, imperfect past I, was, we were, you singular were, you plural were, they would be. Gerund, have not. Participle has been past perfect, indicative, present, I am. We are, you singular are, you plural are. He, she is, they are, imperfect past I was, be you, follow him. He was, they were. Future simple I will be, we will be, you singular will be, you plural will be. He, she will be, they will be. Imperative, let us be. A present perfect and, came back, went to sell or have sold. You sing, we venom. You come, he came. Past imperfect and was coming. We came, you sing, come. You plur, come, hish, was coming, they came, they will come. Future is simple, they will come. Future imperfect and, had come, we had come. You sing, had come, you plur, had come. He, she, had come, they pluperfect and, will come, we. Will come, you sing, will come, you plur, will come. He, she, will come, suffer them. Hashate, pater, they pater, yeah. Future perfect, yeah, you'll have suffer. We harm pat it. You singular, has pat it. You all, how you pat it. He shate, har pat it. They haram pat it. You will suffer. Imperative suffer we, suffer you. Suffer they. We would suffer, and we would endure. Suffer in the present subjunctive and. Suffer you. Suffer they. Suffer they. Past imperfect and. I would suffer and I would endure. You would suffer and you would endure. Hesh would suffer and Hesh would endure. Futuro simple pedra, pedras, pedrum, pedrau, pedran, vimos olifacto, la conjugacion de estos tres verbos, piad represent de indicativo pia rats, pia rat, perdum, perdu, pio redum, preterito imperfecto, perdia, perdies, perdia, perdiem, perdiu, perdien. Pretia rito perfecto, pergu, perguras, pergoi, rem, perguriu, pergurin. Past imperfect, prometera and prometria, prometers and prometrias, prometera and prometra, prometrum and prometre, prometeriu and prometriu, prometeren and prometeren. Past perfect prometi, prometers, prometerem, prometeriu, prometeren, prometern. Imperative prometu, prometa el, prometiu, prometon. Present subjunctive prometa, prometis, prometa, prometum, prometiu, prometon. Imperfect future nexer as, nexa, nexrum, exeriu, nexrum, participle, nexcut. Those in ixer and ixer are very irregular. Most of them conjugate as follows. Present indicatively, nexis, nex, nexim, nexiu, nexen. Past imperfect, nexia, nexies, nexidum, nexiu. Nexi, imperfect past, nexco, nexquies, nexque, nexque rem, nexquiru, nexquiren. Imperative nex to nexcael, nexcu, nexu, nexquin. Present subjunctive nexca, excum, nexcum, nexquia, nexquin. Imperfect preterifera, why nexera, nexques, why nexa, as nexcera, nexella, nexcorem, why nexedem, nexquiri, why exa, you, nexren, why nexen, and infinitive, nem ixa. Charan, nexent, perfect, preg pretrit conigo, conigiras, coniga, conigarem, conigaru, conigiran, charand. Amani-ixa, coni-exa, and pai-exa with their compounds diverge considerably from the conjugation of other verbs in the group. Example, present indicative conixon, conic, conixix, conix, conixum, conixu, conixum, imperfect, preterite conixa, e, conixies, conixie, conixum, conixixu, conixien, future dur, dos, durum, duriu, durho, duan, imperative dus tu, dugadel, dugu, duguyu, dugin, present subjunctive duga, dugas, dugum, duguyu, dugin. Past imperfect, dugera, y duria, dugeras, y durias, dugera, y dura, dugai, rem, y dura, dugeriu, y duriu, dugeran, y durin. Infinitive, durigi, to endure. Participle, open or uncover. We will therefore limit ourselves to creating a comparative vocabulary of them so that Valencian speakers can easily apply the rules governing Castilian adverbs, time adverbs, and tire. After, open has the following irregularities. Present indicative obric, ubris, ubriu, brin. Past perfect obligerus, obligirem, obligiriu, obligerin. Imperative, bri, obligael, abram, avro obligimos, briu, obligade, obren. Present subjunctive oblige, obliges, open, opened, oblige. Yesterday, today. Now, tomorrow. The day after yesterday past. The day after tomorrow now. At the moment before. In advance, earlier after. Afterwards, later. After, finishing, late. Late, early. Inchon. Pronto. Arriba, aber, amant. Hatia asa. Hatia aka ense babajo. Abajo of old. Siemper.
Fra, semper. Nunca no puido, jamsa.
Kemea.
Ya.
Mientras. Tadavian. Encaracando. Quando. Ilaco. Hogalio. Hoy. Antonola. Entonces levas. Ac. Ace.
Yeah.
Hatia al il atras. Atras. A rear. Circa. Prop. Detrus. De rear. Legios. Legios. Lunt. Adelante, avant, dondi, all ahont, delanti, davant, dentro, dins, encima, damant, fura, evra, enfront, there, of manner good, be, good, ben, too much, mal, how, which, skyem, thus, ghastly, hurry, apresa, space, ispe, intently, absta, Cla, well, boniment, badly. Of quantity very, moben, nothing. Res, no res. Much, almost. Cassie, little. Parce, quant. Enough, possibly, perhaps. It might be. Massa, of comparison more, mes, less. Menos, mes. Manco, better, miller. Worse, picker. Such, tan. How much? Quant, orders firstly, subsequently, lastly, affirmatively yes, certainly, also effectively no, neither, nor, nothing, never, da perhaps, maybe, until, fins, for, by, according to Segonen's chapter V on ancient prepositions, equivalent to those in Castilian, below, bakes, with, in, against, of, from, in, between, towards, head, cabba, capti, paca, angelical, arenal, cathedral, devantal, mal, virginal, arosal, naranjol become arosa, and tarancha. Call becomes calls, and rosal becomes rosa. Words ending in and lose the final N, e.g. tredrin. Adri, alum, capan, capel, cattle. Pan. The enablo changed the O to E, e.g. to diablo. Dibel, establo. Estable, Pablo becomes poor. The aneto and ato end in at, e.g. abogado, abogat, apasionat, obispado, obispat. Candidato, diaconato, diaconat, beato, chato, dato, flato, pato, rato, and retrato retain the O. Lado translates to costat, tooth, dent, marriage, casament, wind, nouns ending in, ant, ente, and ento lose their last vowel, those ending in ent and ento, except for ambient, obedient, orient, patienty, and pudienti. Also lose the I, e.g. forward or ahead, avant, agent, absent, ausent, seizing, sescent, parliament, ascending, ascendant. Serious does not change. Those in iria and aurea also open the vowel ida, gemateria, memoria. The endings ario, irio, rio, oreo, urio lose their O. Irio and oreo open additionally. The respective vowel ending therefore in anrai, arioi, e.g. anniversary. Cemetery, oratory, Siri, Mercury. Old age becomes old. To Valencianize in those and ozo. Keep in mind what we said in the analogy when dealing with increased and abundant nouns. Nouns in is and is usually do not change except regarding pronunciation, e.g. True Catalan, Barcelon's Marquis, acidity, acided, honesty, honored, widowed, mira, espil, old, accepting agella, aspula, and agera. Yoke, when referring to an agricultural tool, is translated as rela when referring to a window sash, as reixa from Latin tegula, regarding nouns ending in ejo. Those few of Latin origin also seek the termination l or ill, for example, apparatus, apparel, counsel, cancel, rabbit, canil, bottle, vila, botal, poem, comma, scene, escena, butcher, mountain woman, montaisa, dieta, nature, naturalisa, school, esla, biona, new daughter-in-law, enra, thick, grogsa, cave, siva, sell, neck, see, low, garden. The ones in illo, emo, ero, iso, ito, and evo lose the O also when preceded by U. They change the diphthong to or simply O. If followed by U, e-ju, sell. Hair, cabal, supreme, baker, panada, progress, complete, complete, violin agona, agonidia, day, telogia, to, bone, tes, egg, to u, nu. Note in the last two the change of V to U, so common in our language. Those in ill remain unchanged. Those in lose the N, E, G-crew, crimson, kami, end, phi. Valentine, violent, theology, edificio, building, sacrificio, sacrifice, vicio, vice juicio, vibe perjuicios, transformen, in chui pachui, olvido, forgotten vestido, clothing nido si converted niu, alicantino, alicantian camino, path fino, and fine padrino, godfather vino, organista words ending in ivo change the ending to u, e.g. triactive, active cultivat. Culti relative. Syllogism words ending in ista masculine replace the O with an E if feminine. They remain unchanged, e.g. artist, artigist. Kexist list. Lista modest. Modista, review. Revista organist male. Organist female. Sensation. Relate you live. View olive is translated as olivera. Los in ol no sulen cambia. Piro live suena ebira. Excepto in alcohol. Los in on. Masculinos o femininos. Pierden la en. Pontroden. Viren. Ambici. Sizer. Dragon. Drag. Lean. Lela. Colossal. Husband. Spousal. Repose. Thing. Thingy. Wife. Wedded. Rose. Rose. Loving. Lovable. Lovely. Religious. Religious woman. Bear translates to also. So remains unchanged. In oat, the ending changes to tit with an open O. For example, gift.det. Islet. Islet. In ud, the D in words changes to a T, G. Gratitude. Gratitut. Youth. Choven to old age. Senectut. Virtue. Vertut. Esta julos ending in O with a penultimate vowel of I, or you lose their final habit. Habit. Staff. Staff. Credulous. Credle. Mystical. Mystic. Title. Period. 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 Label. Label. Musician. Musician. Twilight. Twilight. Agro adverto. I warn. Advertise. Refer to. Refer. Feel. Comfort. Nipoto. Net. Pes. Paita. Cut you. Pedra. Pes. Siem Pedra. Sempus. Temps. Terra. Tierra pabidasis. Thara be HDF. Tandu people. So deptero adverteos. Dilos diptine. Ayuania or criminals toast. Ciertos and verlas. Ciecos. Ante spouses and control casticon train eglos glanos cascantails tencungos the current terran tembios can buy the videos the